never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Looks better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
USA News, I'm Ryan Daniels. Suspects are being taken into custody in the wake of a riverboat dock brawl that went viral last weekend in Alabama. So far, police in Montgomery say one person has turned themselves in and 2 more were expected to come in soon. Police Chief Daryl Albert says police talked with several people at the scene.
13 individuals were detained and brought to police headquarters for questioning and interview.
He says there are no racially biased charges at this time. Said they have consulted with the FBI to ensure the appropriate charges are filed. Former President Trump is telling a crowd of supporters in New Hampshire that President Biden is weaponizing the Justice Department for political purposes.
They talked about it, but nobody ever did it, and never to this extent, and ordered his top political opponent, me, arrested.
A massive crowd waited for hours in the rain to hear Trump Tuesday claim that his poll numbers go up after every indictment filed against him. His comments come as a D.C. judge this week considers whether to issue a protective order in Trump's election interference case. Wall Street closing with stocks lower Tuesday. This comes after credit rating agency Moody's downgraded America's banking sector. As a result, banks like M&T Bank and Pinnacle Financial fell sharply. At the closing bell, the Dow fell by 158 points. There's a new national monument in the U.S. Southwest.
Nearly 1 million acres around the Grand Canyon is being designated a national monument.
Preserving these lands is good not only for Arizona, but for the planet. It's good for the economy. It's good for the soul of the nation.
During a visit to the Arizona site on Tuesday, President Biden said his action protects lands sacred to Native Americans in the region and permanently bans new uranium mining. It's part of the president's plan to conserve 30% of U.S. land and waters by 2030. I'm John Schaefer.
This is USA News.
Cashback is not available on gas in New Jersey and Wisconsin.
Susan, I'm sorry I'm late. Traffic is terrible.
It sure is. But on top of that, gas prices have been skyrocketing. I can't believe how expensive gas has gotten recently.
Prices at the pump are up, but I never pay full price for gas anymore. I just use the free Upside app that pays you cash back for every gallon of gas you buy.
Wait a minute. Are you saying you actually get paid cash when you buy gas with the Upside app?
Yes, I get real cash back every time I buy gas.
And does that actually add up to anything?
I've made around $200.
Wow. Wow, that's serious extra cash. I'm downloading the free Upside app now.
Download the free Upside app to earn real cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code TRAVEL for an extra 25 cents per gallon cash back on your first fill-up. You can cash out anytime right to your bank account, to PayPal, or an e-gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code TRAVEL for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code TRAVEL for 25 cents per gallon cash back on your first fill-up.
ESPN is launching ESPN Bet with Penn Entertainment. It'll be a branded sports book for U.S. fans. Penn Entertainment is rebranding its current sports book and will relaunch this fall in the 16 states where it's legalized. An ESPN statement says it aims to give fans the ability to place bets with less friction. The southernmost portion of the U.S.-Mexico border wall is being torn down.
The section of border wall that extends into the Pacific Ocean and runs through the binational garden called Friendship Park began the demolition and replacement process. Parts of the wall have been standing for over 50 years and are showing signs of corrosion and deterioration. After years of delays from the pandemic, renovations began Friday, and photographers worked quickly to document the extensive murals on the Mexico side of the wall that express thoughts on U.S.-Mexico immigration. I'm John Fink.
Massachusetts Democratic governors declared a state of emergency to deal with the state's growing immigrant crisis. Governor Maura Healey made an urgent formal appeal to the White House, calling the problem a federal crisis of inaction. Police in Miami are recovering dozens of cars that were sunk in a lake. The Miami-Dade Police Department says divers were dispatched to Doral Lake.
We're not going to discard the possibility of some type of fraud that could occur, and other some type of foul plays like a homicide.
So far, it's believed they were stolen. I'm Ryan Daniels, USA News.
Hi, this is Michael, creator of Michael's MNP supplements. Let's talk energy. Do you wake up tired even after a full night's sleep? Does keeping up with your family and or your job leave you exhausted by noon? Do you find yourself turning way too early in the day and too often to caffeine-loaded drinks just to get you through it all? Why not turn to Michael's MNP's Energy?
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Well, that midnight hour is upon us, and we've really got a long, long way to go. How will we stay awake? Thanks to Chris, for goodness sake. We got Steve Summers on the radio. We got that Hot Shot Secret and the diesel. You know it really makes this Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. Well, we all tune in to catch the weather, and whether rain or sleet or even snow, it don't matter if we're in New York or Dallas, we'll catch it all on that Steve Summers Show. We got that Hot Shot Secret and the diesel. You know it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. We Got that hot shot secret in the diesel. You know it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. Let's start this overnight drive.
Alrighty, yes indeed. Ready or not? Look at the time. It's time to roll. Roll into a Wednesday as we kick off the Steve Summers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Gold Eagle Studios. Not a bad night out there, a little hazy. Definitely seeing an uptick in humidity in the air. Still on the cool side for what should be the dog days of summer, though, in this part of the country. So midweek already coming on. Hey, Mike, that's right. Hope your week's going well. Got the big show coming your way tonight. All right, let's start it off with a quick look at our travelers' weather. Yeah, some live action. Kansas, Nebraska, eastern Colorado, some strong storms hanging on at this hour. Looks like you'll see some pretty healthy thunderstorms pushing through Kearney, Nebraska here in the next hour or so. Other severe thunderstorms in western Kansas. They actually just extended a severe thunderstorm watch through much of western into central Kansas for the upcoming hours. Yeah, we started off the week with a bang. One of the biggest severe weather days of the year, Monday. More thunderstorms will be on the prowl in multiple parts of the country now through the end of the week. Yeah, Monday's deadly severe weather outbreak, which they had been warning for days about this, but triggered more than 500 reports of winds, high winds east of the Mississippi River. The staggering number of wind reports, part of a multi-day severe weather event that started across the Great Plains back on Saturday. And Mother Nature's not done producing severe weather this week. The same storm system responsible for several days of severe weather kind of winding down tonight, finishing things up in New England. Still a bit of rain in northern Maine, but again, things beginning to clear out with that system. But right now, as a new storm, not unlike the storm that sparked those multiple days of severe weather, Saturday into Monday begins moving out of the Rockies. It too will trigger a daily threat of dangerous, potentially damaging storms over a large portion of the Central Plains. This is going to encompass much of Nebraska, Kansas, eastern Colorado, and southeastern Wyoming tonight. And not only all modes of severe weather, flooding, downpours, large hail, damaging winds, even a tornado or two cannot be ruled out. Now, as we look ahead here, Wednesday coming on midweek, a large area of severe weather likely to come together over the middle portions of the Mississippi Valley, including St. Louis and Nashville. They've outlined a moderate severe weather threat that extends across much of southern Missouri, northern Arkansas, to south central Kentucky, and part of middle Tennessee for the upcoming day. In that moderate threat zone, portions of southern Missouri and northern Arkansas could be a hot spot for a few tornadoes Wednesday afternoon and evening. Same system's going to renew the risk of flooding, small stream flooding for parts of Missouri, Arkansas, into portions of Kentucky and Tennessee on into Thursday. Parts of that region may pick up 6 to 12 inches of rain. Repeating storms have been firing up since last week. So with all that rain that's already fallen, it'll take less rain to trigger quick rises on some of those smaller streams, which could inundate campsites and low-lying areas. Thursday, severe weather associated with the same system is going to push into the southeastern USA. Now, that's going to stretch across a large part of the Carolinas into Virginia, much of eastern Tennessee, and northern Georgia. Now, it looks like an area of steady rain going to be setting up north of where the severe weather erupts, including portions of the mid-Atlantic. If this system tracks a little bit further north, we could be talking a severe threat extending into northern Virginia and central Maryland. Even though there's some uncertainty right now as far as how far north the severe weather is going to fire up, we will encounter a new round of downpours that'll pivot slowly across the northeast. More disruptions. Now, as if 2 cross-country storms were not enough, a third system's going to push across the northern tier of the U.S. Thursday into Friday. Parts of the Dakotas, Minnesota could see severe storms, high winds, and hail Thursday. By Friday, that system's going to be shifting into the upper Great Lakes region. It has indeed been a very active pattern. So coming up here, we'll discuss a continued threat of wildfires forming out west. The anticipation is a rash of thunderstorms will begin popping across portions of the southwestern USA late this week. And many of these will be what they call dry lightning thunderstorms. You get the thunderheads, not enough moisture to reach the ground, but you do get the lightning strikes with them. And wildfire season really beginning to ramp up out west. So we'll break down more of that for you. Again, coming up as we move on into a Wednesday morning. All right, what do we have? Kyle Fisher, the world traveler, will be joining us on the program this morning. He was actually first out of the box saying, hello, good morning, Overnight Drive Nation, let's roll. It's been a while since we've had an opportunity to get an update, what's going on with Hot Shot Secret and the Gold Eagle, all the latest. It's been, Kyle's been the world traveler, as I said, I mean, all over the country. With the racing activities and, of course, some of the NTPA pooling. Last week was a big weekend. Thursday, Friday, Saturday, the Iowa Nationals. And John Dunlap actually has our full report coming our way tonight as far as what transpired. Numerous pooling events over the weekend. Double R, good evening or good morning, whatever it may be where you're at in the country. Everybody be safe tonight. I'll be riding with you tonight, Steve. All right, we expect you to chime in to say hello. As again, Kyle's going to be joining us here. Double R. Let's see. Too Tall checks in. Morning, Steve, and the Overnight family. Hope everybody's doing well. Take care. Have a safe week. Hello to Darlene. Morning, Steve. All the listeners. There's Hillbilly rolling up I-71 heading toward to Columbus tonight to pick up my load. A nice 69 degrees out. Hey, Mike, what day is it? Everybody have a great morning, stay safe, and let them trucks roll. 10-4, all right. Gilligan, morning, Steve, and fellow listeners. Got a clear night, 65 degrees in Buchanan, Virginia at this hour. Everybody keep it shiny side up. There you go. Hello, it's Cookie. Hope we have a wonderful night tonight. I love listening to Steve and the gang. Good to have you with us there. Cookie, thank you so much. There's Steve from north of the border. Hello, Steve, and all the listeners. I hear y'all. It's Steve from Ottawa. There again in Canada. Hello to Santa Claus. Top of the morning, Steve and Kyle. 72 degrees in Sacramento, California tonight. I'm flat on my back with the Chinese bat fever tonight. Uh-oh. Santa Claus out. Yeah, it's still out there. It's been a while since I've known anyone personally that's come down with it, but yeah, the COVID is still out there, here and there. I hope you feel better soon there, Santa Claus. That ain't no fun. Hello, Shorty, I-77 northbound at the North Carolina-Virginia line tonight. Does Pilot not sell Stiction Eliminator? I stopped at the Pilot in Dixon, Tennessee, and Pendleton, Kentucky as well, and they didn't have a place for it I could find on the shelves. Hey, we'll ask, I'm sure, I know all the main, the big name truck stops should have the Stiction Eliminator. That's the primary product there. So, yeah, we'll ask Kyle about that coming up here momentarily. Lauren Weiss, two-time world champion bull hauler, 70 degrees in Frankfort, Kentucky. I'm not allowed to have an ELD, so as usual, I've got my powerful chrome-plated cow truck wound up, rolling south. Say it with me, everyone. At a high rate of speed. Live action continues. It's an epic trucking adventure. And a special bluegrass shout-out to Knucklebuster. All right. Hello, Robert checking in from Hagerstown, Maryland. 68 degrees. Clear night. Hooking a set. Headed to Raphine, Virginia for my Greensboro meet. Everybody have a safe night out there. Hello to Alan. Good evening. Alan said, I just ordered $70 worth of Hot Shot Secrets. Thank you very much. Hope you remember to use that coupon code Overnight Drive at checkout. Got your 10% off your order, right? Hello to Timothy, and we'll get to some of the other listening friends coming up here. Again, rolling into a Wednesday. As I mentioned, Kyle joins us right after this, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time, and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano-lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator. Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Jeans aren't one size fits all. Your seats shouldn't be either. That's the idea behind Bostrom's Wide Ride. It's the future of seating comfort. The Wide Ride features a 23-inch wide seat cushion and backrest, flex mat cushion support system, full lever recline, and front and rear cushion tilt on Bostrom's premium suspension system, allowing you to find your perfect fit. Optional features include a seat heater and a new innovative smart seat memory. With the flip of a switch, your seat can be a help and not a hindrance, allowing you to get in and out of your cab with ease. The premium foam is what makes the Wide Ride seat the perfect fit. It's designed to work for drivers of all shapes and sizes, and each seat is custom built right here in the USA. It's the smart seat choice. Go to BostromSeating.com now and find ultimate comfort for the open road with the Wide Ride from Bostrom.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
All righty. Hello, Rubber Duck. What's going on out there? Mishawaka, I need to unload. All right. There's Philly Dan. Good morning, drivers. Keep on humping. Hump day. Kentucky Ken, good morning, Overnight Drive crew. Still awaiting the show to end so we can load and roll from Montana to Ogden, Utah, which means it will truly be an overnight drive night and some early morning arrival. Safe travels. Kentucky Ken is listening in. All right. Click the magic trigger here. What's happening, Kyle?
Hey, Steve, how's it going, buddy? Long time no talk, it feels like.
It's been quite a while, yeah. So, I guess you can give us a full report what's been happening. I'm going to get all the latest. It's been a busy, busy summer for you. Air travel all over the place, huh?
It's been nonstop. You know how it goes. I'm kind of right in the middle of it. We're kind of resetting right now for the second half of the year swing with a bunch more lined up. I was fortunate to get off the road last week. Josh kind of covered my butt and headed out to Iowa for the NTPA and gave me a week off the road. And we've got a week in town this weekend with a fun company outing, and then I'm back out on the road, I think, the rest of the year.
It looks like you and Josh both are going to be at the Bowling Green event coming up on the 17th through the 19th.
Yep, that's the NTPA Championships here in Bowling Green, Ohio. So pretty close to us, and the really it's the Super Bowl of polling, So in Poletown, USA, and it's quite a wild one. So we kind of have all hands on deck for that one, and have a big display out there. And our friends from Gold Eagle are going to be coming down with their film crew as well. So we're going to get some really cool video I'm sure you'll see afterwards for those that can't make it. But if you can make it, next weekend is the big one in Bowling Green, and it's an experience like you never had before. If you've never been to a poll, this is the one you want to go to.
I saw Josh was in Iowa at the big pool last weekend, Thursday through Saturday, and he had posted some video from Thursday, and I was surprised. I could not believe how packed and stacked the stands appeared for Thursday. I'm assuming it must have just been really a big weekend there in Iowa.
Yeah, it was huge. That's one of the bigger polls on the series, and we had record booth sales, and each night it was just like you said, Thursday kind of showed what the rest of the week was going to be, and they pack them in, man, and it's getting that time of year where you catch some decent weather and everybody comes out. So it was certainly a busy weekend.
All right, 24 past the hour as our folks continue to gather around the radio. Rock Pick checks in from Rochester, New York. Happy Hump Day. All the hard-working Americans, welcome to the downhill side of the week. Everybody watch out for the other driver. 5-7, copy in the mail there. There's Rob, top of the morning. A little bit of rain here in Maine still tonight. A couple of drops in Maine or Massachusetts. Then I pick a load of water up for Connecticut to come back with. It's time to feed the good people of New England, delivering those groceries. All right. Let me see here. The question was asked, you heard that pilot locations should all have the Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, right?
I got to confess, Steve, my internet went down about 2 hours ago, and so I'm going to be flying blind tonight, but I will put it out there that I'm 99.8% sure that pilot carries Stiction Eliminator. I'm normally at the truck stops. They're carrying our larger bottle sizes, usually the 2-quart size, and depending on the location, sometimes there's just not a lot of room on the shelves, and they might only be able to stock 2 or 3 out there.
Mm-hmm.
But I always tell everybody, if you're looking for our product and you don't see it on the shelf there, ask the guy at the register. A lot of times they've got it, just ready to restock, and if not, that means they're running through their stock a lot, and they need to order more. So the best way to do that is to let the store know you want the product, and they start upping their inventory on it.
All right, there you go. I thought all the big three, TA, Love's, Petro, Pilot, they all have, especially the Stiction. Some carry more products than others, I know.
Yeah, pretty much all of the truck stops, your auto parts stores, farm stores are going to have your Stiction Eliminator and certainly your Diesel Extreme, and now EDT is pretty much common everywhere. Outside of that, it really kind of depends on the retailer. I know Tractor Supply carries I think they carry maybe 6 or 7 of our products, so it really depends on the location, but we are constantly adding new products and more shelf space, and that's kind of one of the fun things about watching this brand grow is the retail space is just a brutal place to do business in, and it's tough to get that real estate on the shelf, and we've been very fortunate that we're continually adding new products, new sizes of product, and really expanding our availability out there.
Well, coming up here, speaking of new product, there is a new product we're going to talk about here in a bit. I guess officially debuting, was it this past? I know you're going to be talking about it on the Hot Shot Secret Live program, the Facebook and the YouTube. Hot Shot Secret coming up now. Is that Thursday at 3 o'clock in the afternoon?
I believe that's right. Yep, this Thursday we'll be talking about it, and just really launched today. So I'm excited about this one. It's been a long time coming, and really excited to get this product out.
All right. Alan is the one that said he had just, I asked him, I said, did you use your overnight drive code? He said, I couldn't get the overnight driver code to work. That there may have been the issue. He said the code didn't exist. If you said overnight driver, that wouldn't have worked. It should be overnight drive. And I think it's all one word, overnight drive. And that's it. He said, either way, I must have been doing something wrong, but I ordered anyway. Well, I appreciate you going ahead and ordering there. But, yeah, overnight drive is the coupon code, not driver. Hello.
Yep, and remember, all our truckers out there, our first responders, also get an additional 10% off, too.
And the CDL, CDL holder, first responders, and it's active duty or veteran military automatically get a 10% off, so. All right. Hello to Bidu. Good morning, Steve, and the overnight crew. And Alan's listening in there. He said 10-4. I think he did do the overnight driver. Hey, we'll see if, I don't know, if Horsefeather said something about he only had a little bit of time to hang out. We got to get our news break here coming up, though. Kyle Fisher on board. Now, let's talk Hot Shot Secret Products. Questions about what product maybe you should be using. When to start using which products. It's 844-844-3388.
USA News Update. The judge overseeing former President Trump's 2020 election interference case has scheduled a hearing for Friday in Washington, D.C. It's likely to determine what rules should be imposed for the handling of evidence. The Justice Department recently filed for a protective order asking the judge to place some limits on Trump's speech about the case. Trump's lawyers responded this week claiming that order violates the First Amendment. Police in Montgomery, Alabama say one person has turned themselves in connection to a brawl at a river dock. Montgomery Police Chief Daryl Albert says 2 more suspects were expected to surrender soon.
We have instructed those individuals to turn themselves into law enforcement.
The brawl that went viral on social media reportedly was the result of a dispute between a black riverboat co-captain and a group of white men who police say may have refused to move for the black man. I'm Ryan Daniels, USA News.
The roar of our engines, the pump of our heartbeats, the pedal to our metal, the sparks that ignite us, the pistons that push us, the passions that drive us. From the feelings that move us to the places that pull us on the roads that unite us. With nearly 6,000 stores and over 17,000 auto care centers, Napa has America's largest network of parts and care, here to keep you firing on all cylinders.
My ride smells just right, just right, just right, just right. Y'all gotta try that Febreze car. Just right, just right, just right. Yeah. La 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 la. With up to 40 days of consistency, all over Febreze car clips right on your vent. You know my car's my happy place. Keep that smile on my face. When it smells just right, just right, just right. Yeah, breathe happy Febreze. La 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 la.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret's Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at HotShotSecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated, or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, off and rolling here. Rolling into Wednesday, as we like to call it, Hump Day. Hey, look at there. Trey's listening in. Trey Sykes. There's a name I recognize. Said, good morning, Steve and Kyle. I was in Iowa with Josh. He said, record weekend indeed. All right. Jacob on board. Jacob Hurd. Hello, Steve Summers, Overnight Drive. Ron asks, can you post links on where to listen to Overnight Drive? Obviously, he's on, you're on Facebook there, Ron. So you got the overnightdriveradio.com on the app. Rumble, you can, Rumble's up and running live at this hour. So rumble.com, Overnight Drive Radio. And if you go to the website, overnightdriveradio.com, there's all the links there from all the various podcast locations. Most of which of the podcast would be not the live midnight to 5 as we are right now. Yeah, they get downloaded like after the show, and that's for people who can't listen during the overnight hours and tune in throughout the day. So, yeah, but overnightdriveradio.com. All right, Hillbilly. Okay, I got your question there, Hillbilly. Can I use my CDL discount plus my veterans discount at the same time? I think it's you get 10% for being a veteran or a CDL holder. So, yeah, you get 10% there, but you can use this Overnight Drive Radio discount. So that would get you 20% off your order. So a CDL discount and the Overnight Drive Radio discount. There you go. All right, Kyle. So, yeah, give us the breakdown. I mean, I know it's where all have you been so far this summer? And you say you're like halfway through the season?
Yeah, a little bit past halfway. It's just kind of a little break time here. But, man, I've been all over this year. It's as you know, we brought back West Coast diesel drag racing and sled pulling with the NHRDA. We're the title sponsor of a really good partnership we had for many years when we started getting into motorsports. And then Randy Cole, the owner of that had run it for 18 years, decided to retire and kind of ended those West Coast days for us a few years ago. And I guess he got bored in retirement. He said, we'll bring it back. So we brought back the West Coast Series. So not only do I have our Outlaw Diesel Super Series on the East Coast here, and NTPA, which is kind of, Central Midwest, and now I've got a whole West Coast swing. So this year I've added, we started off in Arizona, went to Northern California, went up to British Columbia, Canada, had a race up there, and we just had our last race in beautiful Montana, and we're going to be finishing up the season here in September with the NHRDA World Finals in Ennis, Texas, which is going to be absolutely huge, and we're looking forward to that. And that's always a good one for our big rigs out there. They have a show and shine going on in Ennis, Texas, for the World Finals, and they pack the trucks in there. And what's really cool about the NHRDA, I think I kind of spoke to last time we were on, they have big rig drag racing classes. Now they've got some really impressive purpose-built drag racing semi-trucks in kind of like an unlimited class. But then they have an ET class where we see trucks pull off the road to kind of watch the action over the weekend and find out they can put their big rig on the track and do a full quarter-mile pull and on the Christmas tree and on down the drag strip, and they just have an absolute blast. So I hope we get some of the listeners out there to plan on stopping by Ennis, Texas. I believe that's September 15th through the 17th. Yep, September 15th through the 17th in Ennis, Texas at Texas Motorplex. And what's really cool about that event now is kind of bringing the East Coast and the West Coast together. So we have kind of started off a battle where our Outlaw Diesel Super Series on the East Coast has kind of teamed up with the NHRDA of the West Coast, and the best of the best from both series are going to meet up at the World Finals and kind of decide who's got the crown East or West on diesel drag racing. So it's going to have both of our series down there, and it's quite a party in Texas. So I hope a lot of listeners can make it out there.
We've had a pretty good track record the last several years with Hot Shot Secret sponsored racers winning the various divisions. If memory serves, I think in like the Outlaw Diesel Super Series, was it not like a clean sweep with Hot Shot Secret sponsored racers?
That's actually been for 3 years in a row now.
Wow.
In ODSS, they have 7 different classes. So you start off with your ET classes, which is your bracket racing, which I think we've had some of our bracket racers call in before and kind of explain that. But that's one of those classes where your everyday driver can get in there and compete. And then start getting faster from there, 770, 670, and then again the pro classes of 590 and Pro Street, up to the big boys, the Pro Mods and the dragsters out there. And in Outlaw Diesel, we've been fortunate to have the champion of each class at the end of the season is a Hot Shots driver, clean sweep through all classes. So we're really proud of that and looking to do the same thing on the West Coast with the NHRDA as we rebuild all that and get those guys up to speed. And they certainly didn't slack off too much, and I think we're going to see some big competition between the East and the West here in the coming years.
All right, we had talked about the retirement of the Hot Shot Secret, at one point, world's fastest diesel, the S10, with Levon Miller. They retired that last year. I saw you posted some video where they were out. Was it last weekend before? How those guys doing with their hot off their fresh rebuild?
Oh man, this new car they built is unreal. So yeah, you're right. Firepunk Diesel had been driving, what was known as the Hot Shots truck. It was a Hot Shot Secret wrapped S10 Pro Mod for the past 4 or 5 years now, and it was we set a lot of records with that truck and really turned a lot of heads and kind of led the diesel industry, and first diesel powered vehicle to get into the threes. They ran a 399 with that, and years ago people never thought any diesel application could really go that fast. And so, we often hear people say, oh, my car goes 0 to 60 in 3 seconds. Well, this diesel truck's going 0 to 180 miles per hour in 3.99 seconds.
Wow.
So that's perspective. And so what had happened is that truck that they had been campaigning for many years, really, it was they they built the diesel platform into it. You know, it was a 20-year-old racing chassis that they cut up many times to make this diesel kind of fit. So they had just got to the peak of where that chassis could get, and they knew the rest of the industry was coming, and sure enough, they are. So last year they ended that campaign and they started a new secret build, and they just unveiled it just the week before last at the Rocky Top Diesel Shootout. Hey, we did just post a video of today, so if you go to the Hot Shots page, you can see the video of Fire Punk's first outing with the new car, which it is a car. It is a 1970 Plymouth Duster Pro Mod with a Cummins power plant, and it is gorgeous, and it is the best of everything you can do to build a race car. Really the first time the industry's ever built a ground-up Pro Mod around the diesel platform, so there really shouldn't be any limits on where they can take it. And one of the fun things is, over the last year, while they've been building it, the rest of the industry didn't stop. So we've got another, one of our dragsters we sponsor, Maddie Graves. She went out there in a diesel dragster, a twin-turbo diesel dragster, and broke Fire Punk's record and got it down to, I believe she went 396. And we've got a handful of Pro Mods now, Hardway Performance, stainless diesel. There's quite a few of these Pro Mod diesel builds that are going to be digging into the threes deeper and deeper. And what's really fun is they're approaching where the gas territory is, where these guys out there that are the fastest in the world running gasoline and alcohol and methanol.
Mm-hmm.
We finally got some diesel platforms that can run door to door with them, no handicap, and it's quite an accomplishment for the diesel industry.
Big time, good times. Aaron is on board. I don't know, is he one of our guys, Aaron Carrar or Carrer? Is that, you recognize that name?
Yeah, he's one of our sponsored racers.
Okay, because he's on board. He said the Outlaw Diesel Super Series going to take the wins. Okay.
Yep. We got the East Coast pulling for themselves, and we got the West Coast trying to hold it down. So we'll see.
All right. If any of our guys want to call in, they're free to dial us up at 844-844-3388 here. Say hey to Kyle, and same goes for all the other listeners out there. Jump on in, just say hey. What's lines available? Pappy's on board. He said lost track of time, but he's sitting out on the back deck tonight. He's off this week. I tuned in to hear.
Hey, Pappy, how you doing, bud?
Said I tuned in to hear Kyle on the microphone. A shout out to Kyle and a Hot Shot Secret Racing. Saddle up and drag race on. Are you with me? All right, Pappy. You can chime in as well. All right, so we got a new Hot Shot Secret product in the offing. You said it's been a long time coming. I was kind of sharing. You had that blurry picture that was posted on the website, and some folks said, I think I can read that. It's so it's adrenaline. What is it called? It's
an adrenaline assembly lubricant.
Assembly lube.
That's right.
So, all right. Right. So this is something, obviously, that the racers or anyone is this like when you're building a new engine or rebuilding, replacing a cam or a crank? What is assembly lube?
You got it. That's exactly what it is. And, this isn't a mass market product, and as you know, we really don't make commodity style products. We really focus on high performance and problem solving products. And as we've gotten bigger into the racing side of things, we put out a whole line of racing products. So we have a line of adrenaline racing engine oil, transmission fluids, gear oils. And this was kind of one of those products that, as more and more of the engine builders out there kind of caught wind of our lubricants, and a lot of our top drivers, credit to them, that have these relationships with these big engine builders, and kind of brought our products to them and say, hey, this is a company that sponsors us. They have a really good oil. I want you to look into it. So they've introduced us to a lot of engine builders. And I will say engine builders tend to be kind of in their ways. You know, they've been doing things a certain way, using a certain lubricant as they build their engines for a long time. So they're a tough sell, but it's a very specialized product that's not for everybody. But those out there building engine components, and not just engine components, really any metal components, if you will. And it was just kind of a hole in our catalog there that helps connect. You know, now that we've got some of the best race companies and race engine builders out there recommending our engine oil to protect their builds, we thought we could, help fill a void and produce a product for those engine builders so that those engines are protected from the time of assembly. And that's what this assembly lube is for.
Okay. And again, that's going to be discussed, I guess, breaking it all down in depth coming up Thursday, 3 p.m. Eastern Time via the Hot Shot Secret Live. And that's the Hot Shot Secret Facebook page, the Hot Shot Secret YouTube channel. And you can learn all about it. All right, we'll get a quick time out here and jump on board at 844-844-3388, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regenerations. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Jeans aren't one size fits all. Your seats shouldn't be either. That's the idea behind Bostrom's Wide Ride. It's the future of seating comfort. The Wide Ride features a 23-inch wide seat cushion and backrest, flex mat cushion support system, full lever recline, and front and rear cushion tilt on Bostrom's premium suspension system, allowing you to find your perfect fit. Optional features include a seat heater and a new innovative smart seat memory. With the flip of a switch, your seat can be a help and not a hindrance, allowing you to get in and out of your cab with ease. The premium foam is what makes the Wide Ride seat the perfect fit. It's designed to work for drivers of all shapes and sizes, and each seat is custom built right here in the USA. It's the smart seat choice. Go to BostromSeating.com now and find ultimate comfort for the open road with the Wide Ride from Bosch.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Hey, we can try to touch on some of the industry headlines as well quickly here. You may have noticed we've been talking about prices at the pump going the wrong direction. And the latest from the past day, diesel prices, as measured by the benchmark used for most fuel surcharges, surged again this past week. Even as the futures price has taken a 2-day breather, they tell us. The Department of Energy says the average weekly retail diesel price rose 11 cents a gallon. We're now back to $4.23 per gallon as of Monday. That's third consecutive week it's gone up. With that increase, we're now seeing diesel up 47 cents a gallon over the past 5 weeks, including 1 week where the price was actually unchanged. Monday's price on the same day that ultra-low sulfur diesel price on the commodity exchange fell a little over 4.5 cents a gallon to $3.01. But the day it didn't fall, ultra-low sulfur diesel rose almost 7 cents a gallon. So the Monday settlement, a little more than 6 cents a gallon under last Thursday's high, and 63 cents more than the settlement on July 3rd, the most recent market bottom. So we're now looking at some of the highest price levels since March of this year. Yeah, we're still 75 cents a gallon less than this time last year, but that was right on the heels of July of 22's record, $5 plus per gallon national average. Now, they say looking for a reason has probably led to the understatement of the year from Goldman Sachs. In a commentary redistributed on oil Twitter about Saudi Arabia and their reduction in supply, Goldman said the kingdom's effort to rebalance global oil markets amid concerns regarding the global growth outlook and upside supply surprises appears to be paying off. Saudi Arabia cut off 1 million barrels per day. That went into effect in July. They've extended that now into September, on top of the 1.16 million barrel per day reduction implemented back in April by several oil exporters that operate under the banner of OPEC+. This has become the prime driver of the tightened oil market and pushing products like diesel even higher. So this right here, with these prices at the pump, this is where things like Hot Shot Secret everyday diesel treatment comes into play and improves your fuel economy and actually is going to put money back in your pocket. Break down for the drivers out there how much they could save using the everyday diesel treatment. Can you, Kyle?
Sure, yeah. Our everyday diesel treatment, all-in-one treatment, so you're getting 6 great components out of it. You got a cetane booster, a lubricity additive, a water dispersant, a rust and corrosion inhibitor, a fuel stabilizer, and a really powerful injector cleaner. Now, some of that's designed to treat the poor fuel we're getting from the pump, and some designed to protect these expensive diesel fuel systems. So you're getting all 6 of those benefits. Now, a few of those contribute right to mile per gallon. For one, keeping the fuel stabilized. As we talked in the past, diesel fuel can start to oxidize in as quick as 30 days, and oftentimes it takes about 30 days to get from the refinery to the pump. So even if you're getting fresh fuel at the pump, or freshly arrived fuel at the pump, it still could be starting to oxidize. So keeping it stabilized is big. Having a good injector cleaner, it's very important to have a really atomized spray pattern that's hitting that piston right in the sweet spot to maximize, full combustion of all the fuel. We really want to use all that fuel to make that truck go forward, rather than getting spent by, blow by, adding to your DPF, going out the exhaust, seeing your black smoke. That's just spent fuel that could have been used more efficiently. So making sure that injector cleaner is working well and keeping your spray pattern, nice and defined on that piston head. And then, of course, the cetane. We've got a 40 minimum regulation, and these trucks like to run at a higher cetane. A higher cetane, both our Diesel Extreme and our EDT will raise cetane 7 points, and that really extends the burn window, if you will. So you're getting a more complete burn of the fuel. And again, that's less fuel being spent off to the exhaust system, which then causes, even more problems down the road. But the main goal here is to use every drop of that fuel to power that engine going forward. And really, we see in all of our testing and generally a 3 to 5% gain in mile per gallon when using Diesel Extreme and or EDT. And as you mentioned, with these fuel prices going up, the I know it's a pain, as the cost of the fuel goes up, but it also makes the payback that much more easy, because if you're getting 5% back on your investment into your fuel, and if you look at the treatment rate of 1 ounce per 25 gallons of product, it's not only cost effective at this price in fuels. You actually the treat rate is less than your return on your investment from your gain in your mileage. So
it's actually paying you back. You're paying for the cost of the treatment and having more money in your pocket. All right, we got to pause right there. Hey, Pappy's going to be checking in. Rick is on board, and room for you at 844-844-3388. Rolling into a Wednesday, the overnight drive.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With the product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News, I'm Ryan Daniels. Former President Trump is telling a New Hampshire crowd he needs one more indictment and, in his words, the election is over.
You get indicted for nothing. Can you imagine a guy? Let's indict my opponent. This becomes a third world country.
A D.C. judge this week is weighing whether to issue a protective order limiting what Trump can say about his election interference case. A group of Democratic congressional representatives visiting the southern border on Tuesday, they wanted to put eyes on that so-called floating border wall. Congressman Joaquin Castro wants the Biden administration to end all cooperation between the Border Patrol and Texas's Operation Lone Star.
At least until ongoing investigations can be completed into human and civil rights violations.
Credit card balances in the U.S. have hit $1 trillion for the first time ever.
The New York Federal Reserve is reporting that total credit card debt jumped by $45 billion from April through June. Bankrate senior analyst Ted Rossman.
Early in the pandemic, there was this big groundswell of people paying down credit card debt. Well, since then, balances are up 34%. High inflation, high interest rates, more people carrying more debt.
Fed researchers said inflation and higher levels of consumption contributed to the rise in balances. Meanwhile, total household debt also grew to a record of over $17 trillion. I'm John Schaefer.
President Biden's taking action to protect nearly 1 million acres around the Grand Canyon.
First time I saw the Grand Canyon, as I stood there and looked out, a phrase came to mind. It was instinctive. I said, this is God's cathedral.
During a visit to Arizona Tuesday, Biden designated the area a national monument. The move protects land sacred to Native Americans in the region and permanently bans new uranium mining. This is USA News.
Have you ever met a single person in your life that enjoys paying taxes? No, no one does. If you can't sleep at night because you have a huge problem with the IRS, I've got some free advice for you. This service is strictly limited to individuals that owe the IRS $10,000 or more in back taxes. And if you qualify, we can guarantee that you won't be writing a big fat check to the IRS, or our services cost you nothing. The first 100 people that call today will get a free tax consultation worth $500. Stop worrying about your IRS problem. We can help you, we promise. Call the tax doctor right now. I mean right now, to learn more.
800-215-2418. 800-215-2418. 800-215-2418. That's 800-215-2418.
Members of the Congressional Hispanic Caucus touring the Texas border with Mexico, they're getting a look at the so-called floating border wall in the Rio Grande.
I'm calling on the Biden administration to end all cooperation between Customs and Border Protection and the Texas Department of Public Safety, except for that which protects the health and safety of asylum seekers.
Congressman Joaquin Castro says the system of buoys bobbing in the river is dangerous and cruel. Texas Governor Greg Abbott has defended the use, saying the state has the right to protect its borders. The 22-year-old Navy sailor charged with spying for the Chinese in federal court in San Diego for a custody hearing Tuesday. Jin Xiao Wei had been serving on the USS Essex, was arrested for allegedly giving the Chinese government deployment, weapons, and technical information, as well as vulnerabilities of Navy ships. The U.S. Attorney's Office says Wei was recruited by the Chinese as he was applying to become an American citizen. Another sailor at Navy Base Ventura County, 26-year-old Wang Yang Zhao, faces similar charges. Russia's being accused of carrying out what's being called a particularly evil attack in Ukraine. Officials say Russia overnight fired a missile at an apartment building full of civilians in eastern Ukraine, then fired another missile at first responders. And rapper Tory Lanez has been sentenced to 10 years in prison in the U.S. after being convicted of shooting fellow rapper Megan Thee Stallion. I'm Ryan Daniels, USA News.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Alrighty, welcome back. And welcome into a Wednesday. Hump Day coming on here. I've been looking at 9th day of August. It's supposed to be the dog days of summer. So I hope your week's going well. What do we got here? Onto the traveler's weather, a rash of thunderstorms expected to form over the southwest late this week. It's going to bring lightning that could spark some new wildfires, especially in the mountains of central and southern California starting late Wednesday through Friday. Now, it's going to feature lightning, but very little rainfall. They call them dry thunderstorms. kind of a dangerous recipe as you barrel into what is the annual wildfire season. The threat for these dry thunderstorms is going to expand into parts of the Northwest by the weekend. The impetus for the thunderstorms later this week is going to be what is the leftover energy from post-tropical cyclone Eugene that lost wind intensity and right now is kind of wandering the eastern Pacific. What's left of the low pressure is going to move ashore starting by later today and into Thursday. Accompanying the low pressure will be some moisture, which will increase the humidity across much of California and help trigger some of those storms. All right, the lack of moisture near the ground level means you get very little rainfall with many of these storms. We're talking parts of Arizona, Colorado, Nevada, New Mexico, Utah. These storms tend to ignite over the higher elevations with the heating of the day and then kind of diminish once the sun sets. But the combination of very little rainfall and lightning could lead to the ignition of new wildfires as you head right into the thick of wildfire season, which typically runs like July to October out west. In California, we're just now getting into the thick of the dry season. The long-standing blanket of snow that's remained since last winter has pretty much vanished in many reporting stations in the Sierra, they tell us. So with the loss of the snowpack at all but the highest elevations, there's getting to be plenty of dry vegetation or the fuel that can be ignited by those lightning in the mountains and the nearby foothills. Something we'll have to pay attention to over the coming days. But meanwhile, let's get back. Kyle is on board, and Pappy checks in here. Morning, Pappy.
What's happening, Steve?
Hey there.
What day is it? What day is it? It's Hump Day with Kyle. What's happening, brother?
Hey, Pappy. How you doing, buddy?
Man, didn't mean to steal a horse feather thunder there, but it just had to be done. Man, I've been following you. You've been all across this country, man.
I sure have.
Busy little beaver. I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, go ahead. I was just telling you, it's definitely been a busy year. I've been traveling a lot.
Yes, sir. I've been keeping track on Facebook, watching all them air flights, man. Man, I'll tell you, Kyle.
I've had some rough travels this year, too. This last trip from, I was out in Montana for NHRDA, and before flying home, I flew into, I was supposed to fly into Nashville for a TV shoot we did with an Engine Power with the new Fire Punk Pro Mod. And I was flying out Sunday night. I was supposed to get on a 2-hour flight. I'm sorry, I flew out Sunday morning. Supposed to get a 2-hour flight and arrive at 10 a.m. on a direct flight. And turned out 4 flights later, at 3 in the morning, I got into Nashville. So I've had the best luck this year so far.
Was Nashville rocking, though?
Always.
Man. I'll tell you, I'll never forget that that race where you blew the doors off that Black Beast, man. Oh, I was watching that live when it happened, man. That door come off. I'm like, holy moly. That was great. But, man, it's great to hear you call in, man, and talk about the product. Hey, Steve, I think it was Vic was talking about lawnmowers, man. You know what I did today? I got the lawnmower out, man, dumped the oil because it needed it, put some new oil in it, and dumped about an ounce of Stiction Eliminator in it, man. What do you think? Clean that lawnmower up a little bit.
I put it in my lawnmower. Yeah, I always put it doesn't take much, like you said, about an ounce. That's
right. Yeah, I think it was Vic. Vic called in and was talking about, the overhead valves on these things, and it wouldn't hurt to stick a little Stiction Eliminator in there, if I'm not mistaken. So, yeah, man. But hey, I just wanted to
put some of the smaller equipment out there. you feel the gain a lot more than you do on trying to treat a giant like diesel engine. And that's one thing I always tell people about our products that is unique, that I think is misunderstood a lot. In this additive industry, since there is so much bad product out there, a lot of it is watered down. It's got filler in it. So if you can get a little bit of gain out of a competitor product, a lot of people have this thought of, if a little's good, a lot must be great. And then they pour more in and they feel a little more gain. And it's probably true on watered down products. With the Hot Shot Secret line, we don't use any filler in any of our products. They're pure additive, and they're formulated in our lab right at the peak of the gain curve. So what's important about that is just stick with our dosages, save your money. If you pour in more, you're not going to find any more gain. We've already maximized the gain in it. But what's unique about that is if you're filling up the truck or the car and you've got an ounce or two of Stiction Eliminator or FR3 left over, sure, you can pour it in. It's not going to hurt anything. But it's so potent that go find something for that extra couple ounces. Go find your weed whacker, your lawnmower, any small engine equipment, and put a little bit of your power steering fluid. Just to, there's so many places that an ounce of this stuff can make such a great difference in the good use of the product.
Well, I figured I'd run it for about maybe 2 or 3 weeks. Get several good grass cuttings in there, and then dump it out and replenish it with some new oil. I think that would give it enough time to clean it up a little bit.
Yep,
but
sure
hey, man, it's good to hear your voice. I'm glad you called in, man. Listen, the listeners been missing some Hot Shot Secret talk here, man. So I'm glad you called in, brother. Just hanging out on the back porch. Got the tiki lamps lit.
Oh, nice.
And chilling out.
Yeah.
So I'll get off here and let somebody else get in here, Steve. I appreciate you taking my call. And Kyle, man, great hearing from you. Looking forward to more of your videos. And hey, I'll tell you what, some of your advertisements you've been doing, I shared the new one that just came out, I think today or yesterday, that you just got done talking about. But man, them advertisements, them videos that you guys are putting out are cool. They're top line, man. That's some good stuff.
Well, great.
I don't know if you, I don't know if you hired somebody to do some of your advertisements, but I thought the ads or commercials, whatever you want to call them, that you got out on Facebook, I thought they were very well done. So. That's all for you, man.
Actually, Pappy, I will give a shout out to our partnership with Gold Eagle. They've really helped a lot with that, especially on the video side. And we're seeing some results of this partnership kind of coming through in those. So it's a good thing to have the experience of Gold Eagle that kind of helps us get to that next level of advertising and all these other aspects too.
Right. And Steve, just 2 weeks ago, I loaded up all the 5-gallon jugs I got of gasoline, right?
Yeah.
What did I put in it before I went up to Kroger's, up to the pumps and filled them up?
Sta-Bil.
Sta-Bil, yes, sir. Filled them all up with Sta-Bil, man. I'm good to go. So, all right, guys. Thanks a bunch. Hammer down and be safe.
Thanks for checking in there. All right, be safe out there. Thank you so much. All right, it's 844-844-3388. Hey, we left off there at the news break talking about the everyday diesel treatment, and then you've got the diesel extreme as well. Someone had called separately a few weeks ago asking about they had a newer vehicle, and at what point in time should they start using the Stiction Eliminator? And I was trying to explain, well, you would start with the FR3, right, in a newer vehicle, because you don't need a clean out in a new vehicle. But once you get your break-in oil change, just put the FR3 in. At what time would you start using the Stiction Eliminator for a cleanup?
All good questions, and you're doing good there on the info you're sharing. So we're proud of you. One thing is we don't want FR3 in an engine before it's broken in. It's our nano lubricant. It's slick. It's a super lubricant. So we want to make sure those rings are fully seated. So And another important thing to remember is our Stiction Eliminator has FR3 in it.
Mm-hmm.
So we want to keep those products away from a brand new engine. But as soon as you're through, you break in. And I will say, most vehicles coming on the lot these days, the manufacturers do a good job of breaking those engines in. You still want to give them a little time. Diesels tend to take a little bit longer than gasoline vehicles to really seat the rings. But once you buy that period, you're absolutely right. FR3, it can be added to any oil. It reduces wear by over 40% to any host oil you add it to. I often say a lot of people find our products when they're at the other life cycle of the vehicle and they're trying to prolong or fix a problem. But those that know us on the front end, if you start with FR3 out of the gate on a new engine and reducing the wear by almost half, you're theoretically extending the life of that engine by double. So the sooner you can start using the product, the better. And to answer the question, when does Stiction Eliminator come into play? You start building up carbon deposits right away. As oil breaks down, it's a hydrocarbon. It leaves that carbon behind, and don't wait until it builds up and you've got 100,000 miles of carbon deposits on the engine. So we recommend Stiction Eliminator every 6,000 to 10,000 miles. That usually falls in line with a lot of people's oil changes. So I always say, run Stiction Eliminator after you put 10,000 miles on the engine to get it clean and back to new. And then you can run a couple cycles of FR3 for a couple more intervals before you need to go back to a cleaning with Stiction Eliminator.
All right, and I kind of started the question off with on the gasoline side. We were talking about the everyday diesel treatment, and you've got the Diesel Extreme. How often is it it's similar to where you use the Stiction Eliminator and it has the FR3. On the gas side, you want to clean out the gas side. How often?
I presume you mean the fuel side if you're talking about Diesel Extreme.
It's not gas in a diesel, right? It's fuel.
Right, but it's you're right. It's very similar. That's why we call it a two-step process on the oil side and the fuel side. So just like Stiction Eliminator being the deep clean with the nano lubricant, followed up by FR3, which keeps the lubricant up and drops the cleaning down to the keep clean level. That's how Diesel Extreme and EDT work together. And a lot of people don't know the difference in those two products, and we often see it where people find our products and they might find Diesel Extreme first, and they use it religiously. Well, you don't need Diesel Extreme in every single tank, and people are using it regularly because they like the cetane boost and the seat of the pants feel that you get out of it. But that's where EDT was designed. They both have the same 6 components in it. The main difference is we have a metric ton of the fuel system injector cleaner in Diesel Extreme. So really that's designed to be used, like I said, every 6,000 to 10,000 miles. Maybe when you do an oil change, it's a good time to do that deep fuel system cleaning and run a tank full of Diesel Extreme through. And then after that, you switch back to EDT for all those other fill-ups. That keeps your cetane up and your lubricity up in every tank and just drops that injector cleaner down to a keep clean level.
Okay. Yeah, so the everyday diesel treatment, that's with every fill-up, because if you want to get that improved fuel economy and money back in your pocket sort of thing.
Absolutely, and maybe even more importantly, the lubricity. Our ultra-low sulfur diesel has negligible sulfur left in it, so there's just no lubricant, and that's the only way you really can protect your fuel system is by keeping it lubricated. So I know a lot of people say, I throw some fuel treatment in every now and then, but you really need to be treating at the bare minimum. You need to be lubricating your fuel in every single fill-up.
All right, Wheelchair Dave got you coming up in 2, and lines available at 844-844-3388. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time, and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano-lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator. Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Jeans aren't one size fits all. Your seats shouldn't be either. That's the idea behind Bostrom's Wide Ride. It's the future of seating comfort. The Wide Ride features a 23-inch wide seat cushion and backrest, flex mat cushion support system, full lever recline, and front and rear cushion tilt on Bostrom's premium suspension system, allowing you to find your perfect fit. Optional features include a seat heater and a new innovative smart seat memory. With the flip of a switch, your seat can be a help and not a hindrance, allowing you to get in and out of your cab with ease. The premium foam is what makes the Wide Ride seat the perfect fit. It's designed to work for drivers of all shapes and sizes, and each seat is custom built right here in the USA. It's the smart seat choice. Go to BostromSeating.com now and find ultimate comfort for the open road with the Wide Ride from Bostrom.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
All right, thanks for the heads up there, Rubber Duck. I forgot all about that. At 11 o'clock this past evening, the Mega Millions drawing for $1.5 billion. And there was a winner. Someone out there is very rich tonight. Jackpot winner in the state of Florida this time around. So I guess they're saying one winning ticket. Can you imagine that? $1.5 billion. Let's see. There were several other, I guess you'd say, millionaires created. Yeah, let's add some Match 5 winners with California, Pennsylvania, 2 in Texas, and 1 in West Virginia. The Megaplier was 2, so that's the Match 5 plus the Megaplier. Had a winner in Florida and North Carolina. All right, jackpot winner in the state of Florida, so it wasn't me. Did you play the Mega Millions, Kyle?
You know, I don't play the lottery, but every time it gets crazy big like that, somebody walks around work and does the, office pool for it. And I'm always like, that's not for me, but I'll tell you what, if I don't give you $3 and everybody else here is a millionaire, I'm going to be pissed. So, I was on this one, but I was hoping you'd say Ohio, but I guess I'm still got to go to work the rest of the week.
Yep, sure enough. Yeah, so, all right. Next drawing, it's a measly $20 million, and it's funny how people say they'll buy in at $1 billion, but, $20 million, I'd take that. What the hell?
Exactly.
Wheelchair Dave, what's happening?
Well, congratulations there, Kyle. Want to thank you for coming on the show tonight.
Happy to be here.
Yeah. So my background, I used to watch the old tractor pulls and stuff at the Ohio State Fair back in the 60s and 70s, and I go back quite a ways myself. But do you guys do the Ohio State Fair? Do they still have the tractor pulls at the Ohio State Fair?
No, we don't do them, and I'm not aware of if they do have polls there anymore or not. I know NTPA, that we're a big sponsor of, has a ton of polls at all of these county fairs throughout Ohio. I'm not aware that they have one there, so there might be another sanctioning body that has a poll there, but we're not involved in that I know of.
Yeah. Well, I always liked watching that black smoke come out of those tractors and those hot rods and stuff, and all the engineering and stuff that goes in when the sleds where they put multi motors in them and stuff are just something else to watch. That's for sure.
Yeah, those Unlimiteds are pretty crazy, and I was watching them I was just at the pull in Chapel Hill, Tennessee, and seeing 4 or 5 blown Hemi motors all strapped together, and the sound, like you said, if you've seen it live, like, you just can't replicate it. The sound of those engines, just you feel it in your chest.
Now, I believe you do go down to Ocala, Florida down there. I think I've heard you on before talking about going down to Ocala and doing some pool stuff down there. Now, that's right next to Bubba's Motorsports Park there, So, do you go down there?
I personally haven't been down there, but I'm pretty sure that's the new early winter season type of a pole that was added to the NTPA. So while it's got a Midwest kind of reach, they kind of added this off-season, wintertime pole down there. So I'm sure we'll look into to attend it here in the future.
Yeah, all the dirt models and stuff, the late models and stuff like that, during the winter months, hit the Florida area there and hit that area. But
where you still have decent racing weather. Hey, hold that thought there, Dave. We got to pause for a news break, and lines available at 844-3388. Got a Wednesday coming on. It is the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA News Update. Credit card balances in the U.S. have hit $1 trillion for the first time ever. The New York Federal Reserve reports total credit card debt jumped by $45 billion from April through June. Meanwhile, total household debt also grew to a record $17 trillion. Nearly 1 million acres around the Grand Canyon is being designated a national monument.
First time I saw the Grand Canyon, as I stood there and looked out, a phrase came to mind. It was instinctive. I said, this is God's cathedral.
President Biden said his action protects lands sacred to Native Americans in the region and permanently bans new uranium mining. COVID-19 hospitalizations in the U.S. are on the rise for the second week in a row. According to the CDC, the number of people being hospitalized for the virus surged more than 12% nationwide. John Schaefer, USA News.
Recently, President Trump was talking about the big news networks, and here's what he said.
We have others that come along, and they're doing well, and Newsmax has been really good, and, others are coming along.
Many Americans agree. Newsmax TV is really good. Nielsen says more than 30 million Americans watch Newsmax. You should too. And find hit shows with Greg Kelly, Grant Stinchfield, Sean Spicer, and Lindsay Keith. Tune in tonight for Newsmax's newest show with Steve Cortez. It's called Cortez and Pellegrino. Newsmax is on all major cable systems. If you don't get it, call your cable system. Tell them you want Newsmax, or you can switch. Plus, get Newsmax free on most smart TVs and OTT devices like Roku, Pluto, Zumo, and Amazon Fire. Millions have already downloaded the free Newsmax app on their smartphones. So start watching America's fastest growing cable news channel, because Newsmax is real news for real people.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
In many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regenerations. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey, if you're needing to stock up on Hot Shot Secret products, don't forget, use the coupon code OvernightDrive at checkout. You'll get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now, what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler Magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, let me see. Welcome back. It's 844-3388. I can give a quick update. Yesterday, special election in the state of Ohio. I think there were several other states with special elections. There was only one issue on the ballot, and that was issue 1, which would have, if passed, changed the threshold from a simple 50% majority vote to a 60% plus one threshold for future constitutional amendments. That was resoundingly rejected in the state of Ohio this past day. So that keeps in place the simple majority threshold for future constitutional amendments. It was really about abortion. Abortion was not directly on the special election ballot, but with this past day's vote, this marks the latest setback for efforts from conservative-leaning states who favor imposing tougher restrictions on abortions. Come November, abortion will be on the ballot, and word is, like many other states that have, since the overturning of Roe versus Wade, had votes already on abortion issues, they expect that measure to pass pretty much resoundingly, somewhere in that 50 to 60% threshold this November in the state of Ohio. But that's the way it works. It's the people have spoken, as they say. All right, welcome back, Wheelchair Dave.
All right, Kyle, you still there, Kyle?
We got him, yeah.
Sure. All righty. Sounds like you're relaxing with the tiki torches and stuff. You got the stable in the tiki torches little thing there?
I don't think I'm set up as good as Pappy sounds. He's settled in tonight.
Yeah, oh boy, yeah, it's great. Always great to hear from Pappy there. I just love hearing from him. Also, I wanted to thank you for your sponsorship. On the weekends, I tune into the tractor pulls on that RFD TV, and I get to see a half hour of. We were talking about those, sleds with the 4 motors and whatnot, but that Hot Shot Secret and stuff that you guys do, I mean, that's a great video outlet for you guys.
Yeah, that's a good partnership through the NTPA that we do that with. It's funny, Josh and I were just talking about it today because he went on for an episode on RFD last year, and we were just talking. It's been a while, so we're gonna see if we can't jump back on one of those episodes and talk Hot Shot Secret on RFD a little bit.
Yeah, well, they're my secondary. My main here is with Steve Overnight Drive, throughout the week here. But I use Stable a lot. I put it in my boats and my ATVs and all that stuff. And again, just want to say thanks for coming on the radio tonight. We really appreciate it.
Well, thanks for supporting the show, Wheelchair Dave. We appreciate you.
All right, Wheelchair Dave, thank you so much for checking in. Thanks for being a listener and supporter of the Overnight Drive. There you go. Speaking of, you talked about the Gold Eagle video crew or whatever. Yeah, I got a message from Bud, and they've got me slated to come up to the Mount Gilead facility next Tuesday morning. I guess the crew's going to be down there, filming stuff for future advertising and whatnot. I'm not sure what all, but I guess he said it'd probably be about 30 minutes that they got me coming in to do some sort of an interview with them. So are they going to be sticking around through the week or whatever? Because you said they're going to be with you when you head down to the big, I guess, Bowling Green, the Nationals there?
Yeah, they'll be in next week, and I got the same message. I've got more than one time slot, though. They got me scheduled for it. So I think, they're going to do some video in office, kind of just company type videos and update a lot of that stuff. And since we had the big tractor pull coming next week, they're going to stay in town and head out there and get some video there of the tractor pull, as well as, just kind of some testimonials and talk to some of our dealers. And I think we're going to do a couple of dealer visits as well. So I would expect over the next month or so, you'll see a lot of those videos coming out.
Okay. All
so
right.
Everybody will get to see Steve Summers on video, too. So we're looking forward to that.
All right. I don't know what they're going to ask me, but I'll find out, right?
I think you can wing it. You'll do fine.
All right. Well, we'll give it a shot regardless. Good morning, Scarecrow.
Good morning, Steve. Kyle, welcome aboard.
Thanks, Scarecrow.
Curious. Were you in the booth at Toma by any chance?
I was in Toma, yep.
Yeah. Hey, almost embarrassing. I did not make it over there. My home abode is only about 45 miles as the crow flies from the track over there. So, but I really had looked forward to locking horns with you, but it just didn't work out. Toma is a very popular place, for us years back. It was kind to us. Our tractor won class twice in the late 80s. And,
oh, wow.
But no, I apologize for not swinging over there. You're right about Bowling Green. That's a target track that everybody wants to score on. So yeah, if anybody has the chance to get away and they want to see a tractor pull for the first time, Bowling Green is the place to be at, man.
Yeah,
Kyle,
and it's not just the polling that goes on there. It's really the experience too. One thing I learned as I'm getting more into the polling side here, if you've ever driven through the RV campground for the Bowling Green poll, it is endless. And I heard that it's the second largest gathering of RVs in the world, and I think the first is like Talladega or one of the NASCAR events. But aside from that, and every year they plow down more, farmland and make more spots. And it is an RV city. And you can imagine how that RV park is at each evening. It's pretty wild there.
Well, and that's kind of a bonus part, about pulling, much like drag racing. The spectator can get right down in there and just about rub shoulders with the mechanics and whatnot. NASCAR, you kind of keep your distance and whatnot, but tractor pulling and the pullers are generally more than happy to oblige, whether it's autographs or if you're not right in the middle of a teardown or something, they're more than willing to warm up with you and such. But
and you nailed that. And I try to tell people that all the time. And certainly if anybody's ever at an event, that I'm at with Hot Shot Secret out there, if you're nervous coming up to these guys, come by and grab me. I'll go introduce you to these guys. And you're right, both drag racing and pulling, they're very unique that they have their pits open, and they like people to come by, and they're happy to. You can bring your kid by; they'll put them in the seat and fire them up. And I talk to my sponsored racers and pullers a lot, and I tell them this: that there's a bunch of kids in the stands. There's a bunch that are having the time of their life. You can go out there and have a record pull or a world record, pass on the track. That kid is not going to remember that you just went a little bit faster than the last guy. But if you put him in the driver's seat of your car in the pit and fire that thing up, that is a memory they will never forget. And they will say next year, Daddy, I want to go back to that. And that's how we grow these sports.
Yeah, you're right. That's a future client right there, let's see, where was I going with that? Yeah, I mentioned drag racing. It was probably a month back now. I happened to bring up on the show how, back in the 70s and into the 80s, I followed NHRA fairly close, the pro level, and each time they broke into a new second barrier. They moved out of the 7s into the 6s. I guess we're talking quarter mile now, but and each time everybody figured they've reached the max, the limit of what man can do with a motor-driven vehicle, with rubber tires. Yet, look how to what level they've progressed today. And my thoughts are with your involvement, diesel dragging. That's pretty much in its infancy compared to where gasoline powered vehicles have been. So at the level that you guys are running right now, what will it be 10 years from now? There's you can't imagine. You say you're well down into the 3s now, and then that is I guess that was my question that I did have. Is all you're running on the 8th mile track?
Yeah, they're at speeds now where it's just really not safe to run quarter mile. Specifically on the diesel side of things, where they're generally very heavy. A lot of these classes are running 4,000 and 5,000 pound trucks, where your pro mods and everything are 2,500 pounds, so they're easier to slow down and so forth. But yeah, they're generally 8th mile.
Sure. Okay. All right. And I think a little bit ago, I think Steve was, for the most part, talking on my behalf. I'd asked just a couple 3 weeks back about break-in time on a gasoline vehicle and such, before one starts treating it. And I got a new pickup sitting at home. Well, I just turned 600 miles on it last Friday, and I got it back in early May, if I remember right. So I'll be well into retirement before that thing is broke in here, unless something changes in the near future. But that's what I really had for you, and that I had to ask of you at the moment, and so whatnot. But either way, I've got to get out here and go earn my keep now there, Kyle. So
okay.
We'll leave it at that, Steve, and maybe we'll be able to tag along here later on in the program.
Hey,
here.
thank you.
Thanks a bunch,
Scarecrow,
guys.
have a great morning. Yeah, safe travels out there. Let me grab Rick. Yeah, got back on board. Hello, Rick. What's going on?
Hey, Steve. Not much. How you doing today, Steve?
Good.
Good. I had to get out of the truck there for a while. I had to make a delivery, but thanks for taking my call. Hi, Kyle. How you doing?
Hey, Rick. How are you?
Good, good. Listen, I had a question. I've never used your product before. I have a pickup that I've had in the garage for 39 years, and I'm finally getting it out. I'm probably be on the road next week, and I was wondering if you could tell me what I should put of your product in that truck for it be sitting for so long. It has a 350 Chevy.
Okay. And is it a fresh rebuild, or you're just dusting it off and pulling it back out?
I just pulled it out. I've changed the gas tanks and put new gas tanks in the radiator. And I want to flush out the differentials in the transmission. So of course, new oil and stuff like that. So I didn't know if there was something for sitting for so long. If there's something I should add of your product that it would be good for it.
Exactly. So, absolutely, Stiction Eliminator is going to be a great start for you there, because I'm glad to hear that you changed all the fluids out and you're in the process of doing that. That's important, especially that fuel tank. So it's good to hear.
Yeah.
So I think the first thing we want to do is get the internals of those components cleaned out. So 2 products I'd recommend to you would be Stiction Eliminator to add to your engine oil. It goes in with fresh oil, so when you change that oil out, you want to add Stiction Eliminator with the fresh oil. And also, what kind of transmission do you have in that?
It's got a 4-speed transmission in it, a manual transmission.
Okay. If it was an automatic, I was going to recommend a similar product that we use to clean out, valve bodies and transmissions of automatic. That's our Shift Restore. But if you got a manual, I think you're pretty good to go with that. I would tell you off the record, since nobody's listening right now, a little bit of FR3 in your manual transmission there will help to clean out anything inside there that's not good fully cleaned out.
Okay. All right. As far as the Stiction Eliminator, how much would I put in there?
Well, for an initial clean out, we recommend 4 ounces per quart of oil.
Okay.
There, I think a 350 is about 8 quarts. Is that right?
I think it's 5 quarts in that engine.
Oh no, you're right. Okay, yep. So you'd be looking at about 20 ounces on an initial dose. We do have a 16-ounce bottle. That'd be a little short of a full dosage, so that would get the job done for you.
Okay. All right. Well, I appreciate the help there. Thank you. So
absolutely. Call back in and let us know your results too. We love to hear that.
Yeah, definitely. All right. Thanks. Appreciate it. Thanks, Steve.
Rick, thank you for calling back. You got it. Yeah, have a great morning, and been in the garage for a long time. All right. Looking at about 11 before the hour. So we cleared the lines out here. Jump on board at 844-844-3388. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Jeans aren't one size fits all. Your seats shouldn't be either. That's the idea behind Bostrom's Wide Ride. It's the future, of seating comfort. The Wide Ride features a 23-inch wide seat cushion and backrest, flex mat cushion support system, full lever recline, and front and rear cushion tilt on Bostrom's premium suspension system, allowing you to find your perfect fit. Optional features include a seat heater and a new innovative smart seat memory. With the flip of a switch, your seat can be a help and not a hindrance, allowing you to get in and out of your cab with ease. The premium foam is what makes the Wide Ride seat the perfect fit. It's designed to work for drivers of all shapes and sizes, and each seat is custom built right here in the USA. It's the smart seat choice. Go to BostromSeating.com now and find ultimate comfort for the open road with the Wide Ride from Bostrom.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
All righty, back at it here. Let me see. You mentioned the shift restorer with the previous caller there, which that is a great product so for the automatic transmission, and it can be used as a preventative, correct?
Yeah, absolutely it can, and that's certainly a product that rarely gets found on the preventative side, except for the people that have already used it to fix something. They kind of get a cult following with that product. So what's unique about it is it's literally one ingredient. It's a very high-end Group 5 oil ester, and similar to Stiction Eliminator in the engine, it's polarized and attracted to heat. So it wants to, you put it in the transmission fluid, it's going to get attracted to the metal of these transmission components and find the hot spots where it's the tightest tolerances, and that's where the carbon buildup starts. So it rehydrates those carbons and washes them back into the fluid, and then it gets picked up in your transmission filter and dumps out in your next transmission fluid change. So a really great product that a lot of people find on the trouble side, but it's great to use before you have trouble.
I think I mentioned to you that my daughter bought a used vehicle. It's a Nissan that's a vehicle notorious for having transmission issues early in their lifetime. And I was able to get the Stiction, the Hot Shot Secrets Stiction Eliminator and the oil side. I couldn't find anywhere. I don't know if she's got a sealed transmission, as they call it, or if maybe there's a way to get some of that. I'd really like to get some shift restorer in her transmission.
Yeah, I'm not sure about that transmission. They do have these, what they're calling lifetime transmissions now, that does not make it easy to try to find a way into them. But again, the OEMs are really focused on making sure they're covering their warranty. After that, it's kind of your job to figure it out, So we'll have to look into that application for you.
I think someone suggested where you got to go through, I guess, from underneath. You got to put it on a rack or something. Maybe there's a plug, like a differential would have a plug where you can get into it or something. But yeah,
right.
I wouldn't be able to crawl under. I'm getting too old for that crap. So, well, let's see. I'm not sure. Is it Beetle Bailey? Who we got on board?
Hillbilly.
Oh, Hillbilly. Okay. Well, it says Bill Bailey, and I'm like, maybe it was Beetle Bailey. So, what's going on, Hillbilly?
Well, I ain't a billionaire today, so I'm disappointed with that. But I did get the Mega Millions number. I got the 14.
Did you?
Yeah, so I got a little bit of my money back.
That got you like what, $2, $4, something?
Something like that.
Yeah.
Got to pay for the ticket. I'm like, well. Oh, well, better luck next time. Hey, I try for that $20 million any day of the week. Hey, Carl, you know the Sullivans from Warsaw?
Sounds familiar.
They pull the Kentucky motor, the Big Red Ed, and they got
okay.
They got Mitty Rod, a couple others. I'm good friends with them. That's my hometown. I've been around them my whole life. So they're good people. I didn't know you sponsored them or not.
I don't think we do, but I recognize that. I definitely have seen them out there before.
Yeah, they've been in. They're Wayne's the old man of the group, but his dad started tractor pulling back in the day and brought it into our part of the country, and it just grew from there. And I know Wade's won national championships 3 or 4. I think about 7 times now. He's won down there at Louisville. He's well known in that industry, but I've been to Bowling Green several times with him, and it's a heck of a show up there.
Yeah, it sure is.
I mean, I don't got a whole lot to say, but just kind of talk about them and tractor pulling. But just want to say hey to you, and I do like your product, and I am so thankful that you sponsor Steve and keep us going at night.
Well, we're very happy to.
So, I mean, when he got kicked off the one station, and I kind of like almost cried, going, "Okay, now I'm going to listen to keep me company."
Yeah.
You all keep doing what y'all doing, man.
Hey, Hillbilly, thank you so much for checking in. Yeah, we'll close out at hour number 2 right there. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With the product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News, I'm John Schaefer. Efforts to restore power are underway in some areas of the eastern U.S. after severe storms slammed the region Monday. At least 2 people were killed. Around 300,000 are without power. The shakeups continue inside the campaign team of Republican presidential hopeful Ron DeSantis.
The Florida governor is moving his chief of staff at the Capitol over to his campaign team, putting James Uthmeyer in charge. It's just the latest shakeup in the DeSantis campaign that recently slashed its staff in an effort to save money. Uthmeyer's predecessor will remain with the DeSantis campaign as a strategist. Poll numbers show DeSantis remains a persistent and distant second place to GOP frontrunner, former President Donald Trump. Rory O'Neill, Orlando.
COVID-19 hospitalizations in the U.S. are on the rise for a second week in a row. According to the CDC, the number of people being hospitalized for the virus surged more than 12%. But in nearly half of the U.S. states, the spike is much higher, with many states across the country seeing a more than 20% increase. Nearly 1 in a million acres around the Grand Canyon is being designated a national monument.
Preserving these lands is good not only for Arizona, but for the planet. It's good for the economy. It's good for the soul of the nation.
During a visit to the site today, President Biden said his action protects lands sacred to Native Americans in the region and permanently bans new uranium mining. It's part of the president's plan to conserve 30% of U.S. land and water by 2030. Scientists are officially labeling July as the hottest month recorded in world history. Copernicus Climate Change Service, which is a division of the European Union's space program, announced that July's global average temperature was just over 62.5 degrees Fahrenheit. And one of the largest ever lottery paydays is up for grabs in tonight's Mega Millions drawing. It happens at 11 Eastern and is worth $1.5 billion. This is USA News.
Have you ever met a single person in your life that enjoys paying taxes? No, no one does. If you can't sleep at night because you have a huge problem with the IRS, I've got some free advice for you. This service is strictly limited to individuals that owe the IRS $10,000 or more in back taxes. And if you qualify, we can guarantee that you won't be writing a big fat check to the IRS, or our services cost you nothing. The first 100 people that call today will get a free tax consultation worth $500. Stop worrying about your IRS problem. We can help you, we promise. Call the tax doctor right now. I mean right now to learn more.
800-215-2418. 800-215-2418. 800-215-2418. That's 800-215-2418.
Former Vice President Mike Pence will be on stage for the first Republican presidential primary debate. His campaign announced this week it crossed the threshold of 40,000 unique donors required to qualify for the August 23rd event in Milwaukee. Florida Governor Ron DeSantis, former UN Ambassador Nikki Haley, Senator Tim Scott, and former New Jersey Governor Chris Christie have already clinched spots on the debate stage. A new report says former New York Governor Andrew Cuomo's sister led a smear campaign against the women who accused him of sexual harassment.
The New York Times reports Madeline Cuomo worked under the radar for 2 years with the grassroots group We Decide New York to bash her brother's accusers online. One tweet threatened to dissect Charlotte Bennett like a frog and included a so-called bimbo photo of the former Cuomo aide in a bar wearing lingerie. Thousands of texts, voicemails, and emails obtained by the Times show how Madeline secretly orchestrated the posts, as well as provided talking points to WDNY members speaking to the media. Kristen Marks, New York.
Credit card balances in the U.S. have hit $1 trillion for the first time ever. The New York Federal Reserve reports total credit card debt jumped by $45 billion from April through June. Hundreds of people are paying tribute to the late Sinead O'Connor in her home country of Ireland. Crowds lined the street for the singer's funeral procession this morning, throwing flowers and singing along to her music as it drove by her old house. I'm John Schaefer, USA News.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
The rooster had a new conquest to crow about.
A mother-son tandem shares the podium before mom claims it for herself. All this as big cube diesels and teams of supercharged motors rock some beautiful music at Chamber Acres. From National Tractor Pullers Association headquarters in Columbus, Ohio, this is the NTPA Overnight Radio Report. The North Iowa Nationals in Rockwell served up 28 classes across 5 sessions. Blue skies, pleasant temperatures, and record crowds rewarded the work ethic of the dozens of Lions Club volunteers who have grown this event into the largest Grand National on the NTPA calendar. In light superstock, Terry Blackburn pulled within 4 points of the lead with 2 wins aboard Considered Armed and Dangerous in his very first visit to the North Iowa Nationals. In Superstock Diesel, the mind behind a multitude of wins and championships had yet to experience a weekend sweep, but Kent Payne now owns one with his Super Rooster. He's up 4 with 5 hooks to go. In Superstock Open, the Blackburn Chizik team made it 4 for 4 in Alki classes, as rookie Cody Chizik won Thursday on Considered Armed and Dangerous HD, and Terry's son Josh won Friday with Extremely Armed and Dangerous. In High Torque Super Farm, Greg and Russ Freeze's lead is 11 after Greg's win and third on Deere tracks. Their John Deere has finished ahead of 87% of its competitors across the whole season to date. In Pro Stock, Julia Ray got the keys to Dad Mike Connie's Mac Nasty John Deere and proceeded to drive it to a first and a second. Even better, she won with her own Mac Daddy on Saturday. In two-wheel drive, Joey Frazier and Come Around Sundown survived a topsy-turvy weekend with their division lead intact. Winners were 2019 and 21 champion trucks driven by Russ Nichols and Chase Richardson. In four-wheel drive, Jake Zaring's Ruler 19 is out of the lead for the first time in 14 months. Mark Mangan's Outlaw is currently the standard bearer, while Corey Johnson and local hero Jamie Bush claim the trophies. In Superstock Diesel 4x4, Eric Stacy with Smokin' Ya and Justin Gerhardt with Cream of the Crop each claimed 30 points for the second time in 2 weeks. Stacy passed previous leader Nick Gillette. In Dr. Preload Super Semi, Brian Ellithorpe ended a long layover with 2 wins on Nikki's Nightmare. Firefighter Ryan DeBruce playing with fire kept Lonnie Saylor's Holy Smokes contained, think about it, with a pair of seconds. In KPXA Modified Mini, Grant Theobald and Little Wicked edged Renee Theobald by 3.5 feet on Thursday to post the first ever Son-Mother 1-2. Renee's Pretty Wicked got the victory herself on Saturday. In Light Modified, Les Corporal and Todd Feiss got the wins to set up a 2-hook showdown in Bowling Green. By virtue of its third versus Corporal Punishment's fourth, Feiss's Snow Farmer leads. In Modified, the father-son tandem of Tommy and Dylan Owens dominated with Ramblin' Rose and Thorne. A rough weekend cost Jeff Rose his lead, with old 6-time Brett Berg vaulting to the top spot. And in Unlimited, Chuck Knapp from nearby Charles City had his Screamin' D making horsepower until it was hoarse. He had a scratch from Saturday, and fellow Iowan Adam Bauer took a thunderous victory aboard Cross-Threaded to extend his lead. 7 GM divisions get a week off, while the Diesel Supers, Pros, 2- and 4-wheelers, and Minis will use Napoleon, Ohio's Henry County Fair Grand Nationals as their final testing ground before the all-important weekend in Bowling Green. Napoleon's Pull is Saturday, August 12th. That same night, Morley, Michigan brings its Celebration on the Pond to a climax with semis and 4 regional classes. The night before and the night after, Region 2 action hits Sandusky and Zanesville, Ohio, respectively. Then moves on to Berrien Springs, Michigan on Monday, August 14th, and back to Norwalk, Ohio for a brand new event on Tuesday the 15th. And not to be left out, Norwalk, Wisconsin hosts 6 Region 3 classes and 1 WTPA class on Saturday the 12th. Reporting for the NTPA on the Overnight Drive, I'm John Dunlap. Stay safe and pull hard.
All right, there you go. Thank you very much. There's the full recap. Big weekend there in Iowa. And as they said, the next big one coming up here, not this weekend, but the following, the 17th through the 19th, Bowling Green, Ohio. That's the National Tractor Pulling Championships. Who will be crowned in Bowling Green? All right, get another hour underway as we cross into a Wednesday, midweek coming on already. Lines available at 844-844-3388. All right, how about our nightly dose of why not to buy an electric car or truck? It's become almost a nightly fixture. This morning, it's under the trucking headlines. Volvo Trucks North America and Mack Trucks are recalling nearly all the battery-powered electric trucks made over the past 4 years. An issue that can cause a battery fire. This is the 4th for the trucks since they entered production just last year. The latest recall affects 173 Volvo and 9 Mack vehicles built between April 1 of 2019 and February 10 of this year. As we know, battery-powered electric trucks are still relatively new on the market. Some of the issues are consistent with new products. They develop bugs that gotta be fixed. But the latest recalls for the 2 Volvo Group brands relate to an over-torquing of bus bars. According to the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, a bus bar is an electric junction used for collecting electric power from the incoming feeders and distributed it to the outgoing feeders. Over-torquing of the rivet nut can lead to shearing that results in debris in the battery pack. That could lead to a short in the battery pack, increasing the risk of a fire. Volvo listed insufficient process controls in assembly tooling and in the battery assembly rework as the cause. The battery thermal management system will warn a driver of a battery overheating through a malfunction light on the instrument cluster. Volvo on July the 5th discovered a battery shipped to their Virginia assembly plant from a plant in Ohio had a non-spreading fire inside a Gen 3 battery. No other batteries in that shipment experienced similar incidents, but that triggered the investigation and a stop delivery order on July 12th. This battery issue led to a recall back in October of 8 electric trucks and 1 Mack unit. And we see these electric battery fires, especially in the likes of the Teslas, that are very difficult to put out. And I'm thinking these big truck batteries are so much larger. I could only imagine a fire in one of those big truck batteries. I had the story last evening about the Tesla that took them, I think, 6,000 gallons of water to get that battery fire put out. All right, welcome back, Kyle, here on a Wednesday morning, hump day. So 5-7 checks in. Hey there.
Yeah, they were complaining yesterday morning about down there at Sturgis. They're going down there, and them boys going down there, they're all looking for the good old-fashioned, chest flashing and all that. But now they're saying they go down there, it's more family friendly, and you got to watch out that you don't trip over the baby buckets. Which I say, well, when you're using a good product, you're going to get results. So, what do you expect when you've been flashing them boys like that? And you didn't think I was tying this in the hole. I got an FR3 in my Dodge. I've got Staybill now. I was consistent. I'd never drained my gas, and it'd be turpentine by the time. I live here in South Carolina, so it'd be turpentine by the time I tried to fire the thing up. Went ahead last October, filled up my cans, and I put the Staybill in the can, and just last week, I think 3 weeks ago, I fire up my mower, I pour that gas in there, and it just fired up, run great. Didn't have the turpentine smell. I've got it put in that old Dodge. I just absolutely haven't. Since I bought it, I don't trust it. The guy that had it before me did the wiring in it, and my son and I had pretty well decided we're going to have to redo the wiring from front to back, get a wiring harness and do it that way. So having it like it is, I feel comfortable having the FR3, firing it up, keeping the upper engine lubricated, and the Staybill and the gas. So I really appreciate the fact that y'all are explaining how we're buying junk. We go out and buy our vehicles, and we put this junk oil, junk gas into our vehicles. And we are very trusting, I think. We just don't think about what they're selling us. And I really do appreciate y'all coming on. Support the Steve Show, number one, but educating us over this stuff. I mean, and the stuff ain't getting any cheaper, even though I got a little Fiesta. Knowing what you guys are knowing, hey, I don't trade in vehicles, so I'm stuck. I'll be stuck with this thing for a long time using that FR3 and gas treatment in the doggone thing. And it looks like I just have to lose some weight. I do have a question. And Steve just talked about the electric trucks. Out in the drag race and the pits, are they talking about the politics and how they're attacking the internal combustion engine? Are they any guys talking about coming out on the track with electric dragsters? Don't get mad at it.
No. And first of all, thanks for your support of Hot Shots products and Stay-Bill and Steve Show. We really do appreciate that. And to answer your question, there is a little bit of entrance of electric into racing. We've certainly seen like the biggest movement on that's kind of in the F1 style, road course style supercars. But in drag racing recently, I know that the NHRA, I believe, added an electric class now. So there's kind of a class for themselves, but they're certainly not impacting the traditional drag racing side of things. I think, maybe the best comparison I can give you is how we talked about earlier with how diesel-powered vehicles are now running with gasoline style vehicles, but they're meeting the same car vehicle criteria for those classes. There's nothing in electric doing anything like that or capable to run in these classes.
All right, you're still there, 5-7. Okay, I guess not. Okay. Well, thanks for checking in. I guess he was also kind of questioning is with all this war on the internal combustion engine. I mean, I don't see how they anticipate going to all electric with these mandates by the 2030 and whatnot. You hear all that talk, California and Biden trying to say 50% of all new vehicles going to be sold. Do you think they're ever going to get there?
I don't think so, and if so, it's going to be much longer. And the last to go are going to be the diesels because they're the backbone of the country, and it's a tough thing to replace. But kind of tying into what he was saying there as well, we certainly have seen an attack on the diesel industry, the diesel performance industry. The EPA's, really gone hard after that, and they tied it into racing as well. And a lot of it comes from the black smoke that, was very popular for a long time. Nowadays in modern diesel drag racing, like the fastest vehicles, they run clean down the track. They don't produce any smoke. And the reason is, it's not that it doesn't look cool or anything like that. It's that they're becoming more efficient. They're using all that fuel to power the vehicle. So it's evolving, but in the meantime, the EPA has come after a lot of, small performance diesel shops where I just kind of wondered why it's diesel specific. The gas side's doing the same thing, but that's one of the good things with having partnerships with like PRI and SEMA. PRI has done a very good job fighting on Capitol Hill to protect race cars. So I encourage everybody to go out and see how they can support that and allow drag racing to continue without some of the ridiculous emission standards they want to put on even race cars that are, for competition use. Mm-hmm. So.
All right, well, we're going to get a quick time out here, and lines available at 844-844 3388, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time, and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator. Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Jeans aren't one size fits all. Your seats shouldn't be either. That's the idea behind Bostrom's Wide Ride. It's the future of seating comfort. The Wide Ride features a 23-inch wide seat cushion and backrest, flex mat cushion support system, full lever recline, and front and rear cushion tilt on Bostrom's premium suspension system, allowing you to find your perfect fit. Optional features include a seat heater and a new innovative smart seat memory. With the flip of a switch, your seat can be a help and not a hindrance, allowing you to get in and out of your cab with ease. The premium foam is what makes the Wide Ride seat the perfect fit. It's designed to work for drivers of all shapes and sizes, and each seat is custom built right here in the USA. It's the smart seat choice. Go to BostromSeating.com now and find ultimate comfort for the open road with the Wide Ride from Bostrom.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
All right, what are we looking at? Welcome back. Hey, this past day, Tuesday, the gas station chain Sheetz opened a new location in London, Ohio. The new location, US 42 in London off I-70 at exit 79. Now, they say all Sheetz locations, including the London store, operate 24/7, 365 days a year. There are some truck spaces available. Parking amenities at the new store include 41 free truck parking spaces, truck diesel fueling lanes, and diesel exhaust fluid. Sheetz has been around since 1952, I guess originally Altoona, Pennsylvania. Right now operating nearly 670 locations. Pennsylvania, West Virginia, Maryland, Ohio, and North Carolina. All right, so a new location, 41 new truck parking spaces there off I-70 for you there in London, Ohio. Meanwhile, all right, back at it here. Vic, what's happening? Hey, good morning, Vic.
Hey, good morning, Steve. Sorry I lost you there. I heard I got an email today, I guess everybody did, about some new break-in oil. I think it was called Adrenaline that Hot Shot Secret is putting out.
Correct.
And they were talking about the break-ins and with the diesel engines. I don't know if Kyle, I'm sure Kyle keeps up on all this stuff. Are they still using a lot of sleeved or liner engines in the diesels and everything that you have to make sure that you have a good break-in when you put the engine back together?
As far as my knowledge, yeah. I mean, they're still sleeving engines, and it always goes, especially for diesel application, that break-in is a very vital component, and they generally do take a little bit longer to break in, but seating those rings properly out of the gate is key for long-term, health of the engine.
Yeah, well, I go back a long ways, and I know used to when you bought a new automobile back in the 60s and 70s, if you didn't take it back in for that 1,000-mile checkup from take the brake-in oil out, you void the warranty right off the bat. Not that they had a long warranty, but they were very touchy about not bringing them back for that 1,000-mile checkup. But no, I was, and the other thing too was I was going to send you another email today that EPA find some companies. There's some company that has an emission defeat thing on the diesels, and I really couldn't understand why they would do that in this day and age with all the electronic controls. But they fined them $1 million, and I didn't know if you had seen that or anything. But way back whenever I took a engineering course in college there, and we had to do the Nebraska drawbar horsepower test and everything. And I remember the instructor talking back then, and that's when they had the old mechanical fuel injectors and all that, talking about if you're blowing black smoke out of your smokestacks or exhaust, you're just wasting money. You know, it might look cool or whatever. And I was just kind of curious why anybody would be really trying to defeat the emission things, or what advantage there would be to it, because I know if you have the diesel particulate filter, you're just going to clog that thing up, and you're going to destroy your engine performance. That's why they have people get all upset when they have that what they call the regen thing. So, but I was just kind of curious if you have to put an engine back together and you go through the whole putting a sleeve or a liner back into it, if that new break-in oil product, if that's something you would need to use to make sure that like you said, the rings have to seat, and it's kind of odd. The engine has to wear in together, I guess, so to speak. That's what I was curious about. So if, like I say, if you're putting an engine back together and you're using a sleeve, if you definitely need to do the whole break-in oil thing all over again.
Okay. Well, when we come back, we're going to pause there because we're about to hit that news break. When we come back, we'll remember to address that, right? All right. Meanwhile, it is 844-844-3388. We hit the halfway point here on a Wednesday morning, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News Update. Credit card balances in the U.S. have hit $1 trillion for the first time ever. The New York Federal Reserve reports total credit card debt jumped by $45 billion from April through June. Meanwhile, total household debt also grew to a record $17 trillion. Nearly 1 million acres around the Grand Canyon is being designated a national monument.
First time I saw the Grand Canyon, as I stood there and looked out, a phrase came to mind. It was instinctive. I said, this is God's cathedral.
President Biden said his action protects lands sacred to Native Americans in the region and permanently bans new uranium mining. COVID-19 hospitalizations in the U.S. are on the rise for the second week in a row. According to the CDC, the number of people being hospitalized for the virus surged more than 12% nationwide. John Schaefer, USA News.
Recently, President Trump was talking about the big news networks, and here's what he said.
We have others that come along, and they're doing well, and Newsmax has been really good, and, others are coming along.
Many Americans agree. Newsmax TV is really good. Nielsen says more than 30 million Americans watch Newsmax. You should too. And find hit shows with Greg Kelly, Grant Stinchfield, Sean Spicer, and Lindsay Keith. Tune in tonight for Newsmax's newest show with Steve Cortez. It's called Cortez and Pellegrino. Newsmax is on all major cable systems. If you don't get it, call your cable system. Tell them you want Newsmax, or you can switch. Plus, get Newsmax free on most smart TVs and OTT devices like Roku, Pluto, Zumo, and Amazon Fire. Millions have already downloaded the free Newsmax app on their smartphones. So start watching America's fastest growing cable news channel, because Newsmax is real news for real people.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged The Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, thank you so much. And Santa, I saw Santa Claus shared. I guess I retired too soon. I think he retired from UPS. Now, what he was talking about is the new contract that currently the ratification from the rank and file voting is ongoing. I believe for about another 10 days, 10 or 12 days. I think it goes to the 22nd. But word came out this past day. UPS said that their profits are going to be lower than planned this year. In part because of the pay increases they've agreed to give the workers in the labor deal here a few weeks ago. UPS said the average full-time driver will earn about $170,000 a year. Now, that's with the health care and the other benefits by the end of the 5-year contract, up from about $145,000 right now. The raises follow the most serious bout of inflation in 40 years. Overall, prices rose 3% over the 12 months to June, after jumping more than 9% last year. As rising living costs strain our budgets, labor tensions have boiled over, as we know. Unionization campaigns at Starbucks and other companies, strikes across the country. The threat of the strike against UPS in recent weeks as customers diverted about 1 million packages per day to other companies costing UPS about $200 million in sales. In their call update to investors this past day, UPS said the deal reached is expected to be approved by the workers in the vote, which is going on right now, which also weighs on their profits. All right. Prior to the new deal, the company said drivers earned about $95,000 in pay annually, about $42 an hour, and another $50,000 in benefits. This agreement reached with the Teamsters last month, raising starting pay for part-time staff to $21 per hour. They now recognize MLK Day as a paid holiday, and they've secured improvement working conditions, promises to provide air conditioners in all new vehicles. So, yeah, all the benefits included $170,000 a year. That's why the labor leaders hailed this as setting a new standard, a record agreement with UPS. But they got to find the money to pay the workers. All right, the Carolina Monkey Gouger, I believe. What's going on?
What's going on, Steve-O?
Hey there. Hey, we're chatting with Kyle this morning.
Hey, we just out there trying to make a midnight delivery, and a little after midnight, but we're going to ease up here and make this little drop-off, and then got one in Atlanta for tomorrow night, and then we're headed to the Marina Del Rey after a week and a half of rodeoing, baby.
Oh, is that where you've been doing the rodeo? Okay, you've been doing the rodeo thing. That's right, I forgot.
Yeah, we done Dodge City for 3 nights, and then I had a load that come up where I was able to go down to New Mexico and see the rodeo down there. And I tell you what, Steve, Monkey Gouger, he don't make too many mistakes, but I looked at the rodeo chart there, and I called my dispatcher. I said, hey, man, look here. I said, you got anything you can load me out Monday with? I said, I sure would love to go to that rodeo at Lebanon, New Mexico. He said, yeah. He said, I was thinking about you, and he said, I got a load for you. It's got to stop in Robert, Louisiana, and one over yonder in College Park, Georgia. And he said, yeah, I can make it where you can go to that rodeo at Lebanon. So, I looked at the rodeo schedule, and Saturday night was supposed to be in the grand finale. That's when, they done made the shortcut, and all the big riders that was going to ride for the big money and everything was going to be there. And so I went over there, and I got a friend pickup there at Freona, and jumped in it and run down to Lebanon and got me a motel room and everything. And the guy that runs the motel there, he owns the one at Freona, and he said, what you doing down here? I'm going to the rodeo. He said, rodeo? He said, rodeo don't start to Tuesday night. I said, you've got to be joking me. He said, no, look at the schedule. Well, I go back and look at the schedule, Steve, and it was a 2022 schedule.
Whoops.
So, I'm going to ride down there, see if any got any slack time going on, maybe people practicing. Well, Steve, I witnessed something Saturday night that I wished everybody in America could see. They was having the mutton button contest. And I said, well, I'll go see it. I'm down here. I'm going to go watch it. Well, that's where, like, the 3 to 6-year-olds, they put them on these here lambs, and they see who can ride the longest, right?
Okay.
So I got there just a little bit late, and I looked up in that grandstand, Steve, and I got pictures of it. I just hadn't had a time to. There wasn't hardly a seat anywhere. I mean, that place was packed, and this is one of the biggest rodeo venues in America. I mean, as far as ground and all that, and outdoor. And so I found me a place, and I got set down, and there was this woman there, and she said, "Hey, when that number 9 contestant comes out there, you better be hollering." I said, "All right, number 9, you know." Well, I didn't know that they was going to have 164 contestants ride in this thing. 2.5 hours of nothing but these little 3 to 6 year old children getting out there riding, and the crowd was going haywire. And I mean, it was just funny as all get up, you know, to watch these little kids, and they'd have them dressed up in the cowboy hats and their big belt buckles and their daggone chaps and everything. And there was a younger couple sitting down there, and she turned around and said, "Well, you done holler for number 9, and we hear you screaming." Said, "When contestant 139 comes out there, you better be hollering. Oh, we're going to lynch you." I said, "Oh, no, I'll be hollering." Well, 139 come out to shoot, and 139 rode that sheep. Steve, he rode it round the arena, through the arena, and they finally had to tackle him to get him off of it. And he got up, and he had that helmet on. He threw that helmet straight up in the air. You would think this kid just won the national finals rodeo, and he was a stomping round out there. He couldn't have been more than 6 years old. We was all laughing and carrying on, you know. So anyway, his daddy was down there to shoot with him, and he comes up and gets him, you know. So he come up there, and I got some pictures of him, and he's got his little spurs on, and he got a little cowboy hat on, and vest, and just looked like a regular radio star. And it was hilarious, Steve. I had the time of my life down there.
That's pretty cool.
And I mean, I tell you what got me was, you didn't see an iPad or a Game Boy or nothing in these children's hands. None of the children at that rodeo. I mean, none of them. Now, you seen a telephone come out when they was, when they was filming their favorite rodeo stars getting the bus out the gate. But that was it. You didn't see no kids there with their head down playing Donkey Kong or, Grand Theft Auto, anything. I mean, this was pure Americana. I was so proud to be a part of that and be able to tell America, you don't know what you're missing. I mean, Steve, it was just, I called Debbie 4 or 5 times. I said, I wish you'd come out here with me. Hot. Woo! It was hot. But it was worth it. Now, I attended 2 major rodeo events in the last week and a half. Dodge City and Lubbock. I've been to 4 major rodeo events this year. And out of all the rodeo events that I have been to, I have never seen nobody get out of line. I have never seen anybody get arrested. Everybody's been in check. And that's something to say for a sporting venue.
Yes, sir.
And so I tell you what, Steve, I've been gone for 2 weeks. And David told me when I got home, says, you gonna stay home for a little while? I said, no, I got to load back Saturday night, go right back. She was another rodeo going on? I said, no, it's time for us to go do some trailer trucking now, you know.
Back to work.
So I'm back to work, man, back to work. But I tell you one thing, Steve, this heat, like at Dodge City, I mean, the first night we were there, man, they were passing out free water, telling everybody, just stay cool. If you feel like you might be getting into stress, let your neighbor sit inside and where they could get the EMT up there to you, whatever. I didn't see nobody getting stressed or anything, but it's been hot, buddy. I'm telling you what, it has been hot, and we have seen some hellacious thunderstorms in the last week and a half. from all the heat and everything.
Well, you got some
But,
some pretty strong storms came through your home 20 there. Did the wife lose power while you were gone Monday there?
Well, Steve, they've had like 3 nights of it over there. She called me Sunday night, told me she didn't have no power. She called me last night, told me she didn't have no power. And she said, "You need to get your butt to the house." I said, "Baby, I'm coming that way just as hard as I can come. I'll be there Thursday morning about daylight. The monkey guy will be busting back into the Marina Del Rey and, everything." But I tell you, Steve, I met a lot of great people. I really enjoyed myself. It was a me vacation, and I tried to talk Debbie into going out there with me, and she would say, "It's too hot. It's too hot." I started popping them pictures to her, and she said, "I wish I'd have went." I said, "All you had to do is climb your ass in the truck. Let's go." But no, it's too hot. I said, "I got AC in this thing, and it worked real good." Anything that I missed while I was out vacationing, being a paid tourist?
We've been wondering. I forgot you told me you were going to the rodeo thing, though. I don't know when you picked up the phone. When I picked up the line, I don't know if you probably even had the radio on. We're talking to Kyle Fisher. Kyle's on the line with us here, Monkey Gouger.
Well, hello there, Kyle. How you doing tonight?
He didn't even know you were there.
Pretty good to hear from you, Monkey Gouger. Always love your stories.
Well, I got something to tell y'all before I get off of here. I found me a limousine over there to take me to the rodeo in Dodge City every night. And I would go out to the road. All he had to do was just pull up there, and I just jump in and we take off. And the last night I was at the rodeo, I called him. He said, "I'll be right there. I'll be right there." Well, he comes sailing up there, and I open the door, and there's kids in the seat. I ended up holding the newborn. And he looked at me. "I'm so sorry. That my wife got called out to work, and I'm babysitting, and I knew I had to pick. You don't mind, do you?" I said, "Oh, no, I don't mind." So we had a eventful week and a half. It's been a trip, man.
Well, sounds like you had a good time all said and done, though.
That sure is. Kyle, what part of the world are you in tonight? What racetrack you at?
I'm actually at home for once.
Oh, so you're at home this week. I figured you've been out racing somewhere.
He's been everywhere.
I know he's there. You can't keep up with him. He's a traveling man. Well, look here, I'll let y'all get back to your conversation. It was good talking to you two, and we'll be checking in with you tomorrow night on the way to the Marina Del Rey, Bubba. But hey, man, look here, if you ain't been to a rodeo, you need to go. Greatest sport on dirt, in my opinion.
Yes, sir.
And,
good times.
We're back on out of here and get out the way, man. Y'all have a good show, and we'll talk to you later.
All right, Carolina Monkey Gouger checking in. I reckon he just picked up the phone and dialed us up and had no idea we were talking to Kyle tonight. Let me see here. Who we got on board here? Somebody got a 04 Trailblazer. Is that correct? Who's this?
Are you there, Steve?
Yes, sir. Who we got?
You got Steve from Anderson, Indiana.
Yeah.
I called you, I think, last Thursday night. You told me when I got the stuff and put it in to call you back and tell you how it was working.
Mm-hmm.
And you were going to send me something, I believe, Friday morning. But I was a first-time caller, and you were going to send me some link or something so I could order it. But I never got anything, so I haven't never ordered.
So that was I got him a first time caller code. I did forward your number. I sent that to Chad, I think it is.
Chad didn't give me anything. So I haven't even ordered anything.
Okay.
So I thought I better call. I'm real interested. I think you said there was something else in the. Well, there's something for the transmission and maybe something for the engine. You said it's about $60 with shipping.
Yeah, the coupon, the code I was going to get you was for $60. I'll have to get a hold of Chad tomorrow, and because I think we had a total of like 6 first-time callers last week that I sent to him.
Okay.
Yeah,
I'll check on that tomorrow, Steve, and let's make sure we got the right contact information, email or phone number, and we'll make sure we get his code out to him.
Yeah, I'll take your number down again just to be sure here. Yeah, I remember the conversation. Yeah, we were talking. I told you, I think. Yeah, he was interested in the.
Then we had to talk about our old buddy Trump for a little while too.
Correct. Yeah, we were talking about the. I think I told him to get the shift restore because he was talking about his transmission shifting hard into second gear.
Right. First to second. The other they shift perfect, but it's that first. It kind of jerks when it goes into second. And it's a good old Trailblazer. It's got the tow package, and I don't have any trouble with it. Like I said, I think it's got 280,000 on it. It runs like a top. It just shifts right from that first to second. And,
yeah, that's common. We hear a lot. If you can get a varnish buildup that's going to affect the flow of the trans fluid. So if that's your issue, the shift restore will 100% work and be able to return that shifting back to normal. If that's not the case, if it's a mechanical issue, then shift restore can't fix your problem. And if that's the case, let us know. We'll get you some other product or return your money on the shift restore. But it's got a very specific solution there. So if that is your issue, it's a good product to use.
Well, that was the idea of getting him a $60 code because he's gonna get to try it for free. So I figured with the $60 code, he could probably get what would he need, like the 16-ounce bottle of shift restore. And I suggested him getting a 16-ounce stiction eliminator for the oil as well.
You're on it, Steve. Absolutely. And that should cover both those products for the size he needs. So that'd be perfect for that application.
I have one question.
200,000 miles.
I have one question now. You just take that 16-ounce bottle and just pour it in the transmission. It won't overfill it or anything.
Transmissions generally have a little bit more of a wiggle room there than the engine does. Engine, you want to be more precise on your fill level.
Okay.
So if it's around a 10-quart transmission, you're only treating it with 16 ounces. So you could pour that right on top and be fine.
And then the other bottle for the oil, you just put it in where you put your regular oil, correct?
Yeah, that goes on the oil.
With oil. So your next oil change, you can add that to the oil you're adding to the vehicle.
Yeah, you do. You need to.
I get an oil change.
You need to leave room for the stiction eliminator. You don't want to overfill because I mean, if you're using it for the first time, what do you say, Kyle? 4 ounces per quart. So he'd probably be talking 20 ounces maybe, or just a 16-ounce bottle with the oil change.
A 16-ounce bottle would do. So you're talking a half a quart there. So you do a half quart less of oil and add that stiction eliminator with it.
Right.
I always keep that down about a half a quart or so. So it wouldn't hurt it if I put the whole thing in it, would it? It wouldn't overflow it.
If you're adding a full quart of it?
Is that what it is, a quart?
No, you'd only need about a half quart, about 16 ounces. But yeah, if you have that room, if you're that low on your dipstick, you certainly could top it off.
I'll go ahead and top it off. I don't have to wait for the oil change.
Right.
You don't. It works over time, so you want to get the most use out of it. But I have people that do that a lot, especially on an initial cleaning with 200,000 miles. It doesn't hurt to spike your already used oil and start that cleaning process now. And so when you dump that oil out, a lot of the cleaning is going to be done already.
Well, I just got it. I just got the oil changed there about a week ago, so I got about.
Oh, yeah, you're good.
3,000 miles before to use it if I wait till another oil change.
Right.
No, you just got it done a week ago. If you've got room in there to, get another half quart in, or just if it's
16 ounces
oil at all, just top it off. Yep.
I can do that, fellas.
All right. Well, I took your number down again here, so we'll double check with Chad and make sure we get you that code. All right.
Yeah, give me that code and I'll get it ordered, and I'll call you when I get it and tell you how it works.
Hey, Steve, did you say you're from Anderson, Indiana?
I am.
That's where I was born and raised. I spent 10 years there.
What part of Anderson?
You know, it beats me. It's been so long, and I moved when I was 10. But I know I went. That's my hometown.
Yep, I've been here for 72 years.
Wow.
I don't know. Did you remember where the Coca-Cola plant was on 38th Street?
I do, yeah.
I was born about a mile east of that, out there by that church.
Okay.
Where was you living at over there?
I know I lived by the White River, Edgewood Elementary. I remember going to. I don't know what part of town that is.
That's out on the west side.
Okay.
White River runs right there by the school, the Edgewood.
Yep, that's right where I was at.
What school did you go to?
I did go to Edgewood, yeah, and then I moved when I was 10 to Cincinnati.
Okay, so you didn't go to high school there.
No, but my sister did. She was part of that the Wigwam, and she's a cheerleader for all that big basketball stuff. And I remember that.
What year did she go there?
Let's see, I moved. This would be 88. I moved from there in 88.
Well, in about 88, I had a niece that was a cheerleader also for the Anderson Indians at the Wigwam. They might have known each other.
You never know.
That's great.
You never know.
You know, they say small world. They're not really kidding, are they? All right. Hey, Steve, we got to hit our news break, but yeah, we'll double check on that code and get him taken care of. Back after this, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With the product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News, I'm John Schaefer. Efforts to restore power are underway in some areas of the eastern U.S. after severe storms slammed the region Monday. At least 2 people were killed. Around 300,000 are without power. The shakeups continue inside the campaign team of Republican presidential hopeful Ron DeSantis.
The Florida governor is moving his chief of staff at the Capitol over to his campaign team, putting James Uffmeyer in charge. It's just the latest shakeup in the DeSantis campaign that recently slashed its staff in an effort to save money. Uffmeyer's predecessor will remain with the DeSantis campaign as a strategist. Poll numbers show DeSantis remains a persistent and distant second place to GOP frontrunner, former President Donald Trump. Rory O'Neill, Orlando.
COVID-19 hospitalizations in the U.S. are on the rise for a second week in a row. According to the CDC, the number of people being hospitalized for the virus surged more than 12%. But in nearly half of the U.S. states, the spike is much higher, with many states across the country seeing a more than 20% increase. Nearly 1 in a million acres around the Grand Canyon is being designated a national monument.
Preserving these lands is good not only for Arizona, but for the planet. It's good for the economy. It's good for the soul of the nation.
During a visit to the site today, President Biden said his action protects lands sacred to Native Americans in the region and permanently bans new uranium mining. It's part of the president's plan to conserve 30% of U.S. land and water by 2030. Scientists are officially labeling July as the hottest month recorded in world history. Copernicus Climate Change Service, which is a division of the European Union's space program, announced that July's global average temperature was just over 62.5 degrees Fahrenheit. And one of the largest ever lottery paydays is up for grabs in tonight's Mega Millions drawing. It happens at 11 Eastern and is worth $1.5 billion. This is USA News.
Have you ever met a single person in your life that enjoys paying taxes? No, no one does. If you can't sleep at night because you have a huge problem with the IRS, I've got some free advice for you. This service is strictly limited to individuals that owe the IRS $10,000 or more in back taxes. And if you qualify, we can guarantee that you won't be writing a big fat check to the IRS, or our services cost you nothing. The first 100 people that call today will get a free tax consultation worth $500. Stop worrying about your IRS problem. We can help you, we promise. Call the tax doctor right now. I mean right now, to learn more.
800-215-2418. 800-215-2418. 800-215-2418. That's 800-215-2418.
Former Vice President Mike Pence will be on stage for the first Republican presidential primary debate. His campaign announced this week it crossed the threshold of 40,000 unique donors required to qualify for the August 23rd event in Milwaukee. Florida Governor Ron DeSantis, former UN Ambassador Nikki Haley, Senator Tim Scott, and former New Jersey Governor Chris Christie have already clinched spots on the debate stage. A new report says former New York Governor Andrew Cuomo's sister led a smear campaign against the women who accused him of sexual harassment.
The New York Times reports Madeleine Cuomo worked under the radar for 2 years with the grassroots group We Decide New York to bash her brother's accusers online. One tweet threatened to dissect Charlotte Bennett like a frog and included a so-called bimbo photo of the former Cuomo aide in a bar wearing lingerie. Thousands of texts, voicemails, and emails obtained by the Times show how Madeleine secretly orchestrated the posts, as well as provided talking points to WDNY members speaking to the media. Kristen Marks, New York.
Credit card balances in the U.S. have hit $1 trillion for the first time ever. The New York Federal Reserve reports total credit card debt jumped by $45 billion from April through June. Hundreds of people are paying tribute to the late Sinead O'Connor in her home country of Ireland. Crowds lined the street for the singer's funeral procession this morning, throwing flowers and singing along to her music as it drove by her old house. I'm John Schaefer, USA News.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF DPF Regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF Regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Well, that midnight hour is upon us, and we're really got a long, long way to go. How will we stay awake? Thanks to Chris, for goodness sake. We got Steve Summers on the radio. We got that Hot Shot Secret and the Diesel. You know, it really makes this Detroit come to life. We're going to hear from all our friends. We're going to do it all again on this overnight drive. Well, we all tune in to catch the weather, and whether rain or sleet or even snow, it don't matter if we're in New York or Dallas, we'll catch it all on that Steve Summers Show. We got that Hot Shot Secret and the Diesel. You know, it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're going to hear from all our friends. We're going to do it all again on this overnight drive. We got that Hot Shot Secret and the Diesel. You know, it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're going to hear from all our friends. We're going to do it all again on this overnight drive. Let's start this overnight drive.
Alrighty, welcome into a Wednesday. As we cross over the midnight hour on the West Coast. All right, we'll jump back, right back in it here. And Philip is on board. Hadn't heard from you this week. What's going on, Philip?
I took a couple days off for my birthday. My birthday was yesterday.
Well,
so
happy birthday.
A couple days. Thank you very much. I appreciate that, buddy. Good to hear you on there, Kyle. How you doing tonight?
Good. Happy birthday, Phil.
Thank you, sir. Hey, Kyle, I don't know if Steve told you about my little car I got 50 miles to the gallon with that Hot Shot. Did they tell you about that?
I knew you were on hold, so I figured, I said, I know Philip's going to tell him, because he was telling me to tell Chris about it, and I hadn't talked to Chris in such a long time, so you go ahead and lay it on him, what you got running there.
It's a little Honda. There has a monkey gouger and other one they call it my Japper Crapper, which, you know, I'm pretty proud of my little Japper Crapper here. It's doing me pretty good. It's got a 1.8 in it. And I got 50 miles gallon with it. I got it documented in a picture on the computer.
That's impressive.
And I was running a Hot Shot in the motor. At that time, I was running the Stiction Eliminator. I was running the transmission shift restore, and then I was also running the Gasoline Extreme. So all three of them products. And it's a full synthetic setup.
Do you have?
Well, let me look real quick, and when I tell you, you're going to faint. I got 334,648,000 miles on this car.
No kidding.
It's a 2012. It's still running good. I keep up on all the oil changes, and I'm going to tell you something that I did, Kyle, recently, just to prove it, is I ran the oil without the FRS or any of that product, just to see if my mileage would go down. And my mileage has went down about 5 miles to the gallon.
Wow.
So it can be done. The thing I noticed with it though is it works really good down here with this heat. I don't know what y'all got in that stuff, but it works really great with the heat. It seems like the hotter it gets, the better things go. Have y'all found that in your tests?
Absolutely, 100%. It's one of the most common things that we first see is reduction in operating temps. A lot of that's from the FR3, the nano lubricant, just reducing wear, which reduces heat in general. When we first were studying this formula, we were getting incredible gains, and we were trying to figure out where they're all coming from. One of the things that we've concluded from it is that the carbon nanoparticles that we use are actually conductors of heat. So while they're an anti-wear preventative, there's actually a property of them that is pulling heat from the oil itself. And where this really gets proven is in our motorsport side of things. High horsepower and long full throttle racing that at extreme temperatures, we've been able to really reduce the heat on these race cars, and it's simply this exact same technology that in the bottle of FR3 that you get at your parts store.
Yeah, what I noticed with it, and that 50 miles to the gallon was driving habits too as well. I wasn't driving 80 miles an hour on I-4. I was doing about 60 miles an hour average. That's not going full bore. Okay, that's and it's all about the driving habits, how you get on the throttle, how you get off that thing. But without all doing that, I could probably get about 45 to 46 as an average if I drove crazy. You know what I mean, Kyle?
Sure.
And I was pretty proud of it. I just wanted to see if I could do it, and I did it. I took a picture of my computer, and I watched right now, without it, right now, I'm getting 43 miles a gallon without it right now. That's without it. So normally I'd probably be around the 48 mark right now, running right now. And that's a big savings when you're on a budget. I mean, I do 114 miles a day going to work. I work at Disney. So I drive a lot of miles.
Absolutely.
So I'm pretty impressed with it. Can I give you something that I think you guys might want to include in your deal as an accessory?
Sure.
I heard you guys talking about measuring the oil or the stiction eliminator and the product out. I found a measuring glass it's like an oversized shot glass. It's a measuring glass. Could you guys make something like that and possibly have it in a set with like a funnel and as like an accessory on your website? Because I'm telling you what, that little glass saved me so much in measuring it and figuring it out. Have you guys ever thought about that?
Now you're talking for the oil additive?
All of it. Whether you're using the gasoline extreme or you're using the stiction eliminator, they make a measuring cup. It looks like an oversized shot glass. I hate to say it that way, but that has where you can mount the ounces in it, where you can measure the ounces out and get it accurately in there. And I've been doing that. I found one of those. I don't know where I found it at. I found it at one of the stores locally. But that helped me out immensely, measuring out the product to go in, when I've got it to put it in the vehicle. If you could make that and like a funnel, because I'm telling you what, with these little cars in the gasoline extreme, it's a pain in the butt to put the gasoline extreme in these little cars the way they're set up. But with that, it made it a lot easier. I was just wondering, have y'all ever thought about doing that for like an accessory on your website?
Yeah, we have actually. Well, part of that. The measuring cup is new to me, and that's something we can. I'll certainly bring up. We can talk about. Generally speaking, if it's on I don't know if you're familiar with our very common 16-ounce EDT bottles in the diesel side that have the measuring cup that you kind of squeeze into. We've had those bottles forever. People really like the ability to accurately measure out, half ounce, 2 ounces, very accurately. The problem's been even with the new vehicles, a lot of these capless fuel tanks and trying to get it in without a funnel. So I don't know if the gasoline extreme you just used was our former bottles that were the 16-ounce wide mouths. We do have new bottles out that are 12-ounce and they have the long skinny neck on them. So it makes and applying, adding the product without a funnel much easier now. And we do have in design, I just saw the 3D rendering of it, the 3D printed bottle of our 16-ounce squeeze bottles that retain that measuring cup in it and have the long neck. So it solves both those problems, the ability to accurately measure and dispense in the fuel tank without the use of a funnel. So it's definitely something we really pay attention to, is the user experience, not just the quality of the product. So we take that feedback really to heart.
Yeah, I appreciate it. Yeah, I don't want I don't want to lose anything on the car or anything on the ground, and I don't want to do that. But I'm very happy with the product. And I'm also happy you guys sponsor a lot of these drag racing events, as well as the big rig hauling events. The big rig hauling racing events, I've been watching those occasionally on YouTube, and those are amazing. And I know you guys sponsor a lot of that stuff. So, but Steve, there's been a lot of stuff happening with rockets. You hear what's going on lately?
No, what's happening?
Well, the Starship, they did a static fire with that new system on the launch pad, and it worked. That deluge system.
Really?
So that absolutely. Now, they didn't fire all 33 rocket engines. They fired only 29, but they did it for a few seconds there, and they didn't burn up anything. So they're doing really good with that. And I know, I'm not big into that Artemis program. I know you are, Steve. But they got some new toys in town. Did you hear about what they got in town over here at Cape Canaveral?
No.
They got the second capsule. The crew looked at it yesterday. They delivered the second capsule for the Orion second capsule for the Artemis 2 mission next year. It's at the Cape now, and it's got all the upgrades on it, and it's going to be the one that holds the crew. So the first one wasn't going to be the one that holds the crew. The second one is, and it's impressive looking. I got to say, I seen some pictures of it yesterday and the news reports on it, and it's going to be really cool. Now, I'm not a fan of that system because of the fueling on it, but it is what it is, and hopefully they can pull it out. And SpaceX is launching them, man. They're going crazy with the Starlinks right now, so it's pretty cool stuff out there. Thanks for having me, and y'all have a good night. Thanks, Kyle.
Hey, thank you much. Good to hear from you, Philip. And yeah, getting big time fuel economy improvements. Yeah, I've got 50 miles a gallon, so that's pretty impressive.
That's really impressive.
All right, 18 past the hour, and we'll return in 2.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel fuel cetane levels.
In many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Jeans aren't one size fits all. Your seats shouldn't be either. That's the idea behind Bostrom's Wide Ride. It's the future of seating comfort. The Wide Ride features a 23-inch wide seat cushion and backrest, flex mat cushion support system, full lever recline, and front and rear cushion tilt on Bostrom's premium suspension system, allowing you to find your perfect fit. Optional features include a seat heater and a new innovative smart seat memory. With the flip of a switch, your seat can be a help and not a hindrance, allowing you to get in and out of your cab with ease. The premium foam is what makes the Wide Ride seat the perfect fit. It's designed to work for drivers of all shapes and sizes, and each seat is custom built right here in the USA. It's the smart seat choice. Go to BostromSeating.com now and find ultimate comfort for the open road with the Wide Ride from Bostrom.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Okay, get back at it here, and I do believe, hey there, Brother Rambler.
Well, praise God, Steve. How you doing? It's the first time I've called in this week, and hello, Chris. Glad you're, Kyle. Glad you're on. I didn't even know Kyle was in.
Hey, you know what? I think we got a bad connection, Rambler. You're gonna have to dial us back up. Yeah, it's that ain't gonna work, is it? What do you say, horse feathers?
Yeah, morning, Your Honor.
That's
hey,
better.
Kyle, how you doing today? Yeah. Whatever Rambo was doing there, he was talking through aluminum foil or something. Pull that aluminum foil up over your head, back up on top of your head there, Rambler. I don't know. Anyway, so good to have you on board there this morning, Kyle. You staying the whole 5 hours? Or are you going to cut out there and take a nap with the puppy dogs?
No, they're still napping, so we're doing good.
All right. So anyways, I guess the only big news I got going for you is that September 10th is supposed to be the day we find out of how everybody did with their fundraising there for Make-A-Wish there. The big reveal will be September 10th, so we'll find out how much everybody raised and how well we did for them this year and where everybody will be at, and for the top 30 drivers there in the convoy. And so we're looking forward to having that happen and getting all that done. But the only problem with that is summer's over. Then you get to that point and you've gotten through summer. So, but anyway, so we're there with that. But kind of on a little hiatus here with the fire truck there, because definitely needed to have a radiator put into it this year, and got a couple things done in the spring, and we're still in the process trying to get the radiator out and get it sent to a radiator shop and see what we can do to have something else reconstructed to put back in it there. So it's kind of off the road for right now until we get all that straightened out.
Mm-hmm.
But after that, we got 12 gallons. Nobody mentions this stuff very much. I got 12 gallons of antifreeze that says Hot Shot Secret on the side of it, sitting there waiting to go in it when we get the new radiator back.
Really?
So, but as I say, the antifreeze is never mentioned too much, along with a few other things there. But there's a lot of products there. If you get your hands on one of them catalogs and start thumbing through, or you get a few minutes to go through on the internet there's something pretty much for everything in everyday life by the looks of it there on your guys' site. So don't.
Yeah, when I'm able to go out, I know Horse Feathers, you've been out to a couple of our events, and when I'm able to get the trailer out and have a pretty big setup, that's the number one thing I hear from people when they stop by. They're like, "Oh yeah, I use your Stiction Eliminator or your EDT, but I had no idea you had this," and they just keep walking down the table, and they're like, everyone's always surprised all the other products we have. So you're right; it's certainly a big catalog.
Yeah, if it's wet in a vehicle, you guys pretty much have something to do it, I think, other than washer fluid. So, but anyways,
from Gold Eagle's got the washer fluid covered. So there you go.
There you go. Yeah, absolutely. They're on the other side now. So, but anyways, I don't know. So I heard on the news there, Steve, that the weather Monday there, we had 2 fatalities. Do you have a location to where that happened? Because I know we had a bunch of trees and wires and stuff down, and I actually didn't run last night because I was trying to take care of horses and making sure they were secure where they were supposed to be, and fences were fixed and trees were cut, and we went almost, I think, like 18 hours there with the power out at the house there and the generator just chugging along there. And of course it gets its, because where it's got wet stuff in it, it gets its Hot Shot Secret too.
Yeah.
Started up there on the second pull.
One was a 15-year-old boy that got a tree came down as he was getting out of a car. That was in South Carolina. Then it was a lightning strike that killed a 28-year-old in Alabama.
All right. Well, here, you want to hear something crazy? Up here north of Baltimore, there's a little town called Westminster, Maryland. Got a state route called 140 that goes in there, 4 lanes. Actually, sometimes it's 6 lanes there. It got divided down the middle by a guide rail and that. And they had somewhere around 15 or 20 utility poles come down, laid right down sideways, right across the multi-lane highway, and had cars and everything all tangled up in the middle of it. And I think they said they had somewhere around 30 entrapments with all those wires. Not one injury or fatality. Everybody stayed in the vehicles. Nobody got nervous and started jumping out and having to get panicked and jump out of the vehicle. And they got them all out safe and sound, and everybody kind of followed directions and stayed calm. And so that worked out good. But anyways, I guess the only other thing I hear for the news there, I don't know what companies they were interviewing that are tied for the least amount of time of employment, and they had it down to about the average employment length for these two companies was 2 years. 2 years is what the average length of employment was. You want to guess which two companies they were, Your Honor?
What was it?
Apple and Amazon.
Wow.
So I don't know if they ever figured out, the trucking companies, how long, the average length of employment is, or if they bothered with them, but unless it was, some sort of major corporate thing, I don't know how they figured it all out, but they were saying it was 2 years for Apple. And now Apple you think would have a little bit better retention, but I'm not really surprised about the Amazon. But they said the longest one was ConocoPhillips there. They said the average length of employment there was 10 years. So I don't know. As I say, I don't think they got into the trucking side, because I think UPS and that has a pretty good retention level, and I think there's a lot of the bottom feeder companies there that we always talk, they have like 110, 120% turnover rate.
Right.
I don't think the average is even 2 months, let alone 2 years sometimes. So anyways, but that's about all we got going for you there, and I ain't saying it. Pappy did it. I ain't saying it. So y'all have a good morning.
All right. Hey, Mike, thank you much. All right, we're going to pause. News break here as we hit bottom of the hour. And several lines available. Double R got you coming up here. Dan, I believe, is on board. Or that's Gilligan. That's Gilligan. It says Dan. Gets him every time. 844-844-3388. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News Update. Credit card balances in the U.S. have hit $1 trillion for the first time ever. The New York Federal Reserve reports total credit card debt jumped by $45 billion from April through June. Meanwhile, total household debt also grew to a record $17 trillion. Nearly 1 million acres around the Grand Canyon is being designated a national monument.
First time I saw the Grand Canyon, as I stood there and looked out, a phrase came to mind. It was instinctive. I said, this is God's cathedral.
President Biden said his action protects lands sacred to Native Americans in the region and permanently bans new uranium mining. COVID-19 hospitalizations in the U.S. are on the rise for the second week in a row. According to the CDC, the number of people being hospitalized for the virus surged more than 12% nationwide. John Schaefer, USA News.
Recently, President Trump was talking about the big news networks, and here's what he said.
We have others that come along, and they're doing well, and Newsmax has been really good, and, others are coming along.
Many Americans agree. Newsmax TV is really good. Nielsen says more than 30 million Americans watch Newsmax. You should too. And find hit shows with Greg Kelly, Grant Stinchfield, Sean Spicer, and Lindsay Keith. Tune in tonight for Newsmax's newest show with Steve Cortez. It's called Cortez and Pellegrino. Newsmax is on all major cable systems. If you don't get it, call your cable system. Tell them you want Newsmax, or you can switch. Plus, get Newsmax free on most smart TVs and OTT devices like Roku, Pluto, Zumo, and Amazon Fire. Millions have already downloaded the free Newsmax app on their smartphones. So start watching America's fastest growing cable news channel, because Newsmax is real news for real people.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey, if you're needing to stock up on Hot Shot Secret products, don't forget, use the coupon code Overnight Drive at checkout. You'll get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler Magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. All right, thank you much, and welcome back. Our number, 844-844-3388. What's going on, Double R?
How you doing, Steve? Kyle, how you doing?
Good. How you doing, Double R?
I'm doing well, hey, I've been using that Stix Eliminator in my generator on my truck. Talked to Chris before you guys did the change, the changeover and everything, and he told me to put that in my generator, that it would not kill it, but get rid of the oil buildup in the exhaust pipe, and my exhaust pipe is absolutely clean. It's doing absolutely great, on my generator. Another thing that I've been doing as far as using a measuring cup is a 5-hour energy bottle That's a 2-ounce bottle, and I just, Nita buys them religiously. And I just rinse it out with water and tip it upside down for a while and let it dry out, and then I'll put my product in there and, do it that way. But I am a first-time caller this month, Steve, so I think I ought to get a coupon, because for the reason is I just bought a brand-new bottle of Stiction Eliminator, a $70 bottle, and I left my side door open on my box, and it fell out. So somebody around the Cincinnati airport is going to be happy that they find a $70 bottle
Wow.
of Stiction Eliminator. Yeah, that made me mad. So I got to go buy me a new one. But other than that, we're just we're on our way over to, we had to go down to Alabama and load 3 Toyotas, and then over to Mississippi load another Toyota. I'm taking them up to Georgetown, Kentucky for testing. They do it once a month. The EPA has them bring the cars up there and test them once a month. And but I was highly amazed with that Stiction Eliminator and that generator. I didn't think it would do it, but it did it, and I'm just absolutely a true believer in it now. I mean, you guys got me sold on it. So,
well, that's good. And I don't know if you're aware, but in part of our RV lineup, we now offer a great generator oil.
Really?
Yeah, and it's infused with our FR3 already. So just like we'd advise if you're adding, if you're taking that 2-step oil treatment, starting off with Stiction Eliminator, getting it all cleaned out, and then switching over to FR3 to keep it clean. Well, with our generator oil, it already has the FR3 infused in it, and you're ready to go. And it's a great oil, so you should look into that.
Is it for diesel oil or just regular like gasoline oil?
We have both. We have a generator oil,
cool.
both gas and diesel, the 2 different ones.
Okay, well, I'll mention that to the boss man, and I'm going to go ahead and get some. And something I'd like to find, and I can't find it. I don't know if you guys ever come back out with it. Was that RV slide? That stuff is absolutely amazing.
Yeah, that I'm 99% sure it is in stock. Yeah, it is. We had some issues with the can. They're very specialized cans. Those the slide out lube, because it's actually a 2-part solution that you have to keep apart. So they're separated inside that can. It actually mixes when it comes out the nozzle. So those cans became just one of those supply chain things. Became very tough to get for a while. So that kind of went in and out of availability. But I'm pretty sure we're well stocked right now.
Oh, okay. Cool. That'll work. So, well,
And
Steve, Anita,
go ahead.
I'm sorry. Go ahead, Kyle. I'm sorry.
That's also part of that RV family of products, too, with the generator oil.
Outstanding. I'll definitely be checking into it. So, quick, Steve, I'll get off here. I just basically call and say hi to both of y'all. And Anita and I got our 19 years in the books. So
Really?
Day before yesterday was our anniversary, and I'm such a good husband. Guess where I took my wife for our anniversary dinner? You'll never believe it, but it blew her mind.
Maybe your Ruth.
Take a guess, Steve.
It's got to be somebody that's got chicken tenders.
Oh, absolutely not, buddy. We went to McDonald's. I'm a good husband, ain't I?
Oh, big spender.
Anyhow, well, listen, I'm going to let you guys go. I'm listening to you. I've been listening to you, Steve, since midnight, and I've been coming out of Alabama, and I come up 45, cutting through the woods that way, and I've been phasing in and out, but I'm going through Nashville now, and 70 degrees and kind of hazy looking. I know you said it's going to be storming here, so, but anyhow, Kyle, you take good care of yourself, buddy, and good luck on everything. And Steve, you I'll stay in touch with you, brother. We'll catch you
Thanks
guys
a lot,
later on.
Lord.
All right, there you go. And happy anniversary, 19 years in. There you go. Kyle, with all I know you said you've had some flight delays and whatnot. Have you had an experience with any of these people going crazy on the planes? I had a story last evening, and I saw just yesterday the FAA said they have referred 22 more unruly passenger cases to the FBI. That brings the total number of cases, some of which include allegations of physical or sexual assault on flyers and flight crew, 39 this year. I'm seeing some of these videos, people just going crazy on the planes. Have you had any experience with that, nuts on a plane?
I haven't, although I have had some of the worst flight experiences in my life in the past couple of months. And one of them, when I was leaving Columbus here, it was that same trip out to Montana, but there and back was awful. But it's the first time I've ever boarded a plane and sat there for 2 hours.
Wow.
And they kept saying, we're waiting to get cleared to take off because there's bad weather in Denver. I mean, we all got phones. There was no weather in Denver, so we couldn't figure it out. And then after 2 hours, there was people were getting restless. Babies are crying. People are getting loud. And they finally deboarded the plane and took us all back off. But I bet we were close to having some viral moments on that plane.
Yeah. Now, was it like hot on the plane or no?
Believe it or not, it wasn't that bad. I was kind of surprised about that, but then they did bring out snacks and all that stuff. But people just wanted to take off.
Yeah. Wow. Good times. All right. Let me see who we got next up here. It's Gilligan. That's right. Hello, Dan.
Yeah. Better ought to go by Dan. That way you can figure me out. What do you think? Then again, it'll come up with something else. Hey, I figured out what was wrong with Rambler a little bit ago. They went down there to Florida to watch the manatees, him and Pappy. I believe Rambler's still tripping on that LSD. What do you think?
Okay.
Well, Kyle, it's good to speak to you again. It was good to meet you back here at the truck show. Louisville.
Good to hear from you, Gilligan.
Yeah, that was a pleasure for me. Unfortunately, not many people can say that when they meet me. Hey, Bucky Gouger was talking about the riding the sheep. That's called mutton busting. I went and seen it one year at the rodeo there in Winchester about 30 years ago. That is really, really fun to watch. If somebody hasn't seen them kids with the mutton busting, they need to go watch that. That is hilarious watching kids on them sheep running around. Yeah, we had the same thing when the one I went to. Some kid got on that sucker. They couldn't catch the sheep and the kid just kept on hanging on. It was funny to see it running around the little arena they had there. Yeah, I tell you what, I ain't got a lot to say, but I tell you what, that old pickup of mine, that stuff has really done wonders for it. I've asked Chris whether they could find up something to pour in the bed to fill in the holes, but Chris can't come up with something. Maybe you can work on it, Kyle. But it. Uh-oh, I lose him?
No, we still got you there.
Okay, there you go. Yeah, that's it. But it's an 05, and it spent a lot of time in Webster, Maryland before I bought it, and there's a lot of salt out there in them mountains. I'm in the mountains, but not near as bad. Here's something funny. My wife's aunt messaged her yesterday evening and said that they're bragging about her daughter-in-law bought a Challenger. My wife sent her pictures of ours, and her aunt has decided we're too old to own a Challenger. I thought you all would find that kind of funny. Well, Kyle, it's good speaking to you. I hope you all have a good one. Safe travels, everybody. Take care.
All right, thanks for checking in, Gilligan. Have a good morning. You got it. All right, it is 844-3388. Let's see. Knucklebuster checking in here. Morning, Knucklebuster.
Morning, Mr. Say Summers. Who who was that gave me excuse me. Morning, Mr. Kyle, too. Who was that gave me the shout out at the start of the show?
That was none other than Lauren Weiss, the two-time world champion bull hauler.
Oh, well, I appreciate that, Lauren. Steve, cover your ears there. Kyle, you better cover yours, too. I'm an old cowhand from a Rio Grande. He's number one in the land. He's an old cowhand from a Rio Grande. Well, that's enough of all that this morning. Well, anyway, New York City is going to use in-road sensors to automatically find overweight trucks, Steve. That's crazy. I guess they need some more money up there along with all them illegal immigrants there, right?
Right.
They found 32 sunken cars while searching for a missing person. That was on the drive.com there. And you got to watch this video, Steve. There's a hydroplane race boat does a full backflip at 150 miles an hour and landed upside right. Just like he had planned it.
And kept on going.
Yeah, that's on the drive itself. And over in Thigh, I don't know where that is. Them farmers over there are drag racing tuned up, stand up tractors. I thought a tractor done better when you had a seat there, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yep. Well, you got about $1.5 to $2 million you want to give away?
Not currently. No, I did not win the Mega Millions.
Yeah, I didn't either. Kyle, did you?
No, sir, I did not.
Okay, well, you can buy the only surviving Lamborghini, I guess I pronounced that right, from the Wolf of Wall Street movie. They want about $1.5 to $2 million for it there. So, and then the last thing I got, the 2023 Ford Super Duty gets a lot more complicated with onboard scales on it now, Steve. So I think that's a pretty good thing. You won't get an overweight ticket in one of them driver returned on foot trucks. Right?
There you go.
So anyway, kind of love Hot Shot Secret product. Been using it for years. So I got a tractor and four-wheeler and motorcycle. Yeah, I put it in all of it. It ain't gonna hurt it. All right, that's all of my bull on it for this morning there. We'll get back out of here like horse feathers. Oh, I forgot to tell you about I think this woman may be related to horse feathers, Pete.
Oh, yeah?
She burped a 108 decibel burp. You reckon she might be kin to horse feathers?
I don't know. That sounds more like a woman from the hills of West Virginia, don't it?
Oh, I know that's right there.
That might be.
That's all my bull on it for this morning. Mr. Kyle, Mr. Steve Summers, y'all have a great, blessed day. We'll get a better intelligent caller in here now.
All right. Thanks, Knucklebuster. Have a good morning. All right, plenty of room for you at 844-3388.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regenerations. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Jeans aren't one size fits all. Your seats shouldn't be either. That's the idea behind Bostrom's Wide Ride. It's the future of seating comfort. The Wide Ride features a 23-inch wide seat cushion and backrest, flex mat cushion support system, full lever recline, and front and rear cushion tilt on Bostrom's premium suspension system, allowing you to find your perfect fit. Optional features include a seat heater and a new innovative smart seat memory. With the flip of a switch, your seat can be a help and not a hindrance, allowing you to get in and out of your cab with ease. The premium foam is what makes the Wide Ride seat the perfect fit. It's designed to work for drivers of all shapes and sizes, and each seat is custom built right here in the USA. It's the smart seat choice. Go to BostromSeating.com now and find ultimate comfort for the open road with the Wide Ride from Bostrom.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
All right, quick industry headline to throw your way here on a Wednesday. While the Senate bill to stop the FMCSA from issuing a speed limiter mandate is just getting started, the House version continues to build momentum. That would be the DRIVE Act, introduced by Representative Josh Breacham. Now up to 25 co-sponsors after Chip Roy of Texas joined in recent days. That would be prohibiting the FMCSA from promulgating any rule or regulation mandating speed limiters on commercial vehicles. That is, by the way, H.R. 3039. Introduced several months ago, it's gradually gaining support now from more than 24 members of Congress. They added 5 co-sponsors in July and another, as we mentioned, here in August. Of course, when introduced, he said, you have states with 85-mile-an-hour speed limits, and you have someone texting and driving, not paying attention, and rear-ends the truck. Let's say the tractor-trailer has an excavator on the back. There's no opportunity to correct going 30 miles per hour less when that person gets rear-ended. That's the kind of stuff we're talking about here. A 30-mile-per-hour difference. Because one is limited by federal law, and the other is traveling 30 miles an hour faster because of state law. We all know the ruling that was introduced, the supplemental rulemaking last year. So just waiting for the official word. Will it be 60 or 65 or 68 miles per hour? Of course, OOIDA has been advocating for their members. Contact your House member or your senator. The Senate version of the bill is S2671, which currently has just 5 co-sponsors, but that was more recently introduced. Okay. Let your representatives and senators know. Meanwhile, there it is, back with us, Brother Rambler. Let's try again.
All right. 108 decimal burp, and that comes from a woman? Sound like we need to fix her up with Big Sexy. What do you say?
Yeah, maybe.
Well, good morning, Steve.
The inbred redneck.
What's that, sir?
Maybe the inbred redneck.
Yeah, the inbred redneck. Yeah, man. My God, that's something else. That's a heck of a woman, you know. She had to have done that at some county fair. Had to be at some county fair. But praise God, Steve. Glad to be on with you. And hello, Kyle. Glad you're here. I got a question. Praise God. Does that hot shot work on boats? Because, Steve, I don't know if you have read this story. Have you seen that Pier 6 brawl that happened in Montgomery, Alabama?
Yes, that was insane.
My goodness. Good Lord God Almighty. I mean, all they were asking these pontoon boats full of rednecks to do was move your boat so that paddle boat could there. Boat got into it. Most of the pontoon, police. It was a Pier 6 brawl. Folks just, getting in fights, throwing each other in water. alcohol and booze don't mix.
All right.
Don't mix whatsoever. But no, I know we're running short on time, Steve. I'm glad that. Happy birthday to Philip, by the way. He kind of stole my thunder. And man, when Monkey Gals were talking about Roberts, Louisiana, I said, boy, that is that Walmart warehouse right there. Exit 47 off of I-12. Been there many times. If you have an appointment, you better be there on time. I advise to be there early. And you better hope your stuff ain't knocked over, because you'll be going and finding yourself a food bank or a dumpster to go dump it out. Walmart will not accept it. But, man, I tell you what, had a great message, a great service at Determined Ministries Church. And, Kyle, if you ain't got nothing going on Sundays at 5 o'clock p.m. Central Standard Time, 6 o'clock Eastern Time, I'd like you to come on by and visit us. We go live at 5 o'clock Central every Sunday evening, Determined Ministries Church. And our last message was on the mark of the beast. You know, would you take the mark of the beast? A lot of people will say no, but I'm here to tell you there's a lot of people that will, unfortunately. But, Steve, I love you, brother, and everyone out there listening, I love you. I pray for you. A lot of folks going through some things, guys, God's children, and we just want to just keep you inspired. Know that Jesus Christ is coming back one day, and like I always say, love is just another four-letter word. It's something you have to do. It's something you have to act. And if Jesus can love you, and he does, our brother Rambler can love you, and I do, and trust me, I do not trip on LSD when I say that. God bless you, God's children. Bye-bye.
All right. Have a good morning there, Rambler. Thanks for checking in. All right. We're about to news break here, so we're going to close out another hour. And that means we've got one to go. One more time around. Maybe talk about some of the other Hot Shot Secret products, and maybe to touch on some of the other things available, like the bypass filtration system. If you want to extend your oil change intervals, because oil ain't cheap these days. Of course, you know that. And we'll come back at 844-844-3388. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With the product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News, I'm Ryan Daniels. Former President Trump is telling a New Hampshire crowd he needs one more indictment and In his words, the election is over.
You get indicted for nothing. Can you imagine a guy? Let's indict my opponent. This becomes a third world country.
A D.C. judge this week is weighing whether to issue a protective order limiting what Trump can say about his election interference case. A group of Democratic congressional representatives visiting the southern border on Tuesday. They wanted to put eyes on that so-called floating border wall. Congressman Joaquin Castro wants the Biden administration to end all cooperation between the Border Patrol and Texas's Operation Lone Star.
At least until ongoing investigations can be completed into human and civil rights violations.
Credit card balances in the U.S. have hit $1 trillion for the first time ever.
The New York Federal Reserve is reporting that total credit card debt jumped by $45 billion from April through June. Bankrate senior analyst Ted Rossman.
Early in the pandemic, there was this big groundswell of people paying down credit card debt. Well, since then, balances are up 34%. High inflation, high interest rates, more people carrying more debt.
Fed researchers said inflation and higher levels of consumption contributed to the rise in balances. Meanwhile, total household debt also grew to a record of over $17 trillion. I'm John Schaefer.
President Biden's taking action to protect nearly 1 million acres around the Grand Canyon.
First time I saw the Grand Canyon, as I stood there and looked out, a phrase came to mind. It was instinctive. I said, this is God's cathedral.
During a visit to Arizona Tuesday, Biden designated the area a national monument. The move protects land sacred to Native Americans in the region and permanently bans new uranium mining. This is USA News.
Have you filed for disability benefits but were denied by the Social Security Administration? Or do you need to apply and are overwhelmed with paperwork? Are you between the ages of 50 and 63 and can no longer work because of an illness or injury? Thousands of hardworking Americans are in your situation. They file for disability benefits and are unnecessarily denied their much-needed benefit check. Call now for a no-obligation, free evaluation. We can help you nearly double your chances of approval and get your benefit checks faster. We understand the physical, emotional, and financial impact. We'll share our insider expertise and help you get your disability claim filed and paid immediately. There is a time limit to apply, so call right now. Operators are standing by to help you.
800-392-1941. 800-392-1941. 800-392-1941. That's 800-392-1941.
ESPN is launching ESPN Bet with Penn Entertainment. It'll be a branded sports book for U.S. fans. Penn Entertainment is rebranding its current sports book and will relaunch this fall in the 16 states where it's legalized. An ESPN statement says it aims to give fans the ability to place bets with less friction. The southernmost portion of the U.S.-Mexico border wall is being torn down.
The section of border wall that extends into the Pacific Ocean and runs through the binational garden called Friendship Park began the demolition and replacement process. Parts of the wall have been standing for over 50 years and are showing signs of corrosion and deterioration. After years of delays from the pandemic, renovations began Friday, and photographers worked quickly to document the extensive murals on the Mexico side of the wall that express thoughts on U.S.-Mexico immigration. I'm John Fink.
Massachusetts Democratic governors declared a state of emergency to deal with the state's growing immigrant crisis. Governor Maura Healey made an urgent formal appeal to the White House, calling the problem a federal crisis of inaction. Police in Miami are recovering dozens of cars that were sunk in a lake. The Miami-Dade Police Department says divers were dispatched to Doral Lake.
We're not going to discard the possibility of some type of fraud that could occur, and other some type of foul plays like a homicide.
So far, it's believed they were stolen. I'm Ryan Daniels, USA News.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel particulate filter regeneration.
the DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
The Rooster had a new conquest to crow about. A mother-son tandem shares the podium before mom claims it for herself. All this as Big Cube diesels and teams of supercharged motors rock some beautiful music at Chamber Acres. From National Tractor Pullers Association headquarters in Columbus, Ohio, this is the NTPA Overnight Radio Report. The North Iowa Nationals in Rockwell served up 28 classes across 5 sessions. Blue skies, pleasant temperatures, and record crowds rewarded the work ethic of the dozens of Lions Club volunteers who have grown this event into the largest Grand National on the NTPA calendar. In light superstock, Terry Blackburn pulled within 4 points of the lead with 2 wins aboard Considered Armed and Dangerous in his very first visit to the North Iowa Nationals. In Superstock Diesel, the mind behind a multitude of wins and championships had yet to experience a weekend sweep, but Kent Payne now owns one with his Super Rooster. He's up 4 with 5 hooks to go. In Superstock Open, the Blackburn Chizik team made it 4 for 4 in Alki classes, as rookie Cody Chizik won Thursday on Considered Armed and Dangerous HD, and Terry's son Josh won Friday with Extremely Armed and Dangerous. In High Torque Super Farm, Greg and Russ Freeze's lead is 11 after Greg's win and third on Deere tracks. Their John Deere has finished ahead of 87% of its competitors across the whole season to date. In Pro Stock, Julia Ray got the keys to Dad Mike Connie's Mac Nasty John Deere and proceeded to drive it to a first and a second. Even better, she won with her own Mac Daddy on Saturday. In two-wheel drive, Joey Frazier and Come Around Sundown survived a topsy-turvy weekend with their division lead intact. Winners were 2019 and 21 champion trucks driven by Russ Nichols and Chase Richardson. In four-wheel drive, Jake Zaring's Ruler 19 is out of the lead for the first time in 14 months. Mark Mangan's Outlaw is currently the standard bearer, while Corey Johnson and local hero Jamie Bush claim the trophies. In Superstock Diesel 4x4, Eric Stacy with Smokin' Ya and Justin Gerhardt with Cream of the Crop each claimed 30 points for the second time in 2 weeks. Stacy passed previous leader Nick Gillette. In Dr. Preload Super Semi, Brian Ellithorpe ended a long layover with 2 wins on Nikki's Nightmare. Firefighter Ryan DeBruce playing with fire kept Lonnie Saylor's Holy Smokes contained, think about it, with a pair of seconds. In KPXA Modified Mini, Grant Theobald and Little Wicked edged Renee Theobald by 3.5 feet on Thursday to post the first ever Son-Mother 1-2. Renee's Pretty Wicked got the victory herself on Saturday. In Light Modified, Les Corporal and Todd Feiss got the wins to set up a 2-hook showdown in Bowling Green. By virtue of its third versus Corporal Punishment's fourth, Feiss's Snow Farmer leads. In Modified, the father-son tandem of Tommy and Dylan Owens dominated with Ramblin' Rose and Thorne. A rough weekend cost Jeff Rose his lead, with old 6-time Brett Berg vaulting to the top spot. And in Unlimited, Chuck Knapp from nearby Charles City had his Screamin' D making horsepower until it was hoarse. He had a scratch from Saturday, and fellow Iowan Adam Bauer took a thunderous victory aboard Cross-Threaded to extend his lead. 7 GN divisions get a week off, while the Diesel Supers, Pros, 2- and 4-wheelers, and Minis will use Napoleon, Ohio's Henry County Fair Grand Nationals as their final testing ground before the all-important weekend in Bowling Green. Napoleon's Bowl is Saturday, August 12th. That same night, Morley, Michigan brings its Celebration on the Pond to a climax with semis and 4 regional classes. The night before and the night after, Region 2 action hits Sandusky and Zanesville, Ohio, respectively. Then moves on to Berrien Springs, Michigan on Monday, August 14th, and back to Norwalk, Ohio for a brand new event on Tuesday the 15th. And not to be left out, Norwalk, Wisconsin hosts 6 Region 3 classes and 1 WTPA class on Saturday the 12th. Reporting for the NTPA on the Overnight Drive, I'm John Dunlap. Stay safe and pull hard.
All right, once again, thank you very much, John Dunlap. And the full report. Hey, we kick off our final hour here on a Wednesday. Hump Day coming on. All right, Kyle, as we get things started this hour, I mentioned just before the news break there, Hot Shot Secret offers a product for the truck owners out there, whether you're an owner-operator or maybe you own several trucks, gets pretty darn expensive replacing your oil. Oil per gallon has really gone up over the years, but you can extend those oil change intervals very dramatically with your bypass filtration system. You want to touch on that a bit? Okay, I think we still got you, Kyle. Maybe we lost Kyle.
Sorry, I was on mute there.
Okay, there he is. Okay. Well, welcome back. Yeah, the Hot Shot Secret bypass filtration system. You want to touch on that?
Yeah, and we're actually doing a whole new rebrand of that. We own the France Filter Company, and that's how they've been branded to date. And we're going to do a new relaunch here right here at the end of the year. I think we're even doing a press conference we just booked at SEMA this year to cover the relaunch of the product. So it's a secondary oil filtration kit, so you've got your standard spin-on filter that's filtering out your oil. Those are generally between 15 to 20 microns to allow the fuel or the oil to still flow to the engine. But these secondary filters are just a tighter strain. So we strain down to a 2 micron level and get all those particulates out of the oil. And I mean, there really isn't any better thing you can do to an engine than, really straining oil down to that level and keep all the wear metals that are, the real problematic ones are those 6 to 8, 9 micron sized particles. They get on your cylinder walls and really are the fuel behind, wear in an engine. So by getting those out of the oil system, you just see beautiful oil sample reports and virtually no wear and really get longevity out of an engine.
Yeah, Chris used to mention the Blue Diamond oil, the fully synthetic oils, which don't break down like your traditional oils that encompass the shear, oil shear and all that. If you used like a fully synthetic with the bypass filtration, you could extend oil change intervals by how much?
By a whole lot. Now that requires a special oil, but we just experienced our trucks going over 150,000 miles on oil intervals.
Mm-hmm.
Now, in order to do that, there's 3 aspects that tell you it's time to change your oil. Number 1, your oil falls out of grade. So if you're running a 15 W40 weight, once that 40 weight starts to shear out of grade and drop down to 35 weight, you no longer have the viscosity to protect the engine. So time to change the oil.
Mm-hmm.
Well, one way of solving that is running like our Blue Diamond oil, which is a pure Group 4. It's a polyalpha olefin, which is a grade above your traditional Group 3 synthetics. And what's unique about that PAO oil is that, like you mentioned, it does not shear. So we just literally take that aspect off the table. Now, when we're doing these long intervals, we'll do oil analysis to check in, and that's one of the things we'll look at. We'll make sure that it's still in grade. And with the PAO oil, it'll hold its viscosity. So then that next number 2 that makes you change the oil is that it gets too dirty and there's too much particulates in it. So that's where the bypass filtration comes in. So now that we've got an oil that stands up, we add a bypass filter to keep it clean. And this, you're regularly changing those filters to keep that oil strained down to 2 micron. And the third leg of the puzzle is that additive package. And that's one thing that does deplete over time. But as we look at what we call TBN, base number, and the detergents in the oil through oil analysis, we have a very unique product called TBN Booster, which is a fortified oil stabilizer. And you can dose that into the oil to re-additize it to continue on down the road. So it's a way of really getting all your money out of a really good oil while protecting the engine at the same time.
So I guess it's an investment that would ultimately, and when you make investment, normally you want them to kind of repay. So it'll pay you back because, like I said, the cost for oil has really gone up.
Absolutely, and the Blue Diamond oil isn't our cheapest oil either. It's on the higher end, but if you can extend your oil interval out 2, 3, 4 times past what you're normally changing the oil out, it becomes very cost effective.
So basically, you get the bypass filtration system. You do then the oil sampling, which you offer. You send out the little kits to just take a little sample every so often to make sure your oil is not into one of those 3 categories you just described, needing to be changed. And you can actually tell when it's time to add some of your TBN booster by an oil sample. Is that right?
Absolutely. Yep. It's a 4-ounce oil sample cup, and tells us everything we know. Will give us base level, total base number. We'll be able to see all the any dirt or particles in it, and be able to advise how much you need to boost the oil to keep rolling down the road. And I should mention too, the France filters, generally we have custom kits for all your light duty diesel platforms. Cummins, Duramax, Power Stroke. We do have universal kits that can be mounted on virtually any vehicle. And then we also offer a line of Harvard filters, which is a different branded filter, but this is for the big rigs, so they are much larger capacities. I have a couple of our sponsored racers that have them installed on their big RVs and buses that tow around their big trailers, and one of the great parts about that, they're so large that the filter element itself adds 5 gallons of oil into the oil system. So not only you have a 2-micron filter, but just the size of the filtration system allows you to increase your oil capacity by 5 gallons, which the more oil, the better, in an engine. All works out well.
Very good. All right, wanted to touch on that. Let's get back to the calls here. I do believe it is Bass Ackwards. Is that correct?
Good morning, Steve-O. We're out here broadcasting live from Heat Wave territory, Albuquerque, New Mexico. Did he check in tonight?
He has not checked in. I know that he was, I guess he started orientation there, I think in Joplin, Missouri, for CFI on Monday.
Yeah, he told me. I haven't talked to him since when he discussing that to me. Well, by Bidenomics, they're really working, as Kamala Harris says. Looks like the prices of fuel going back up, and looks like it's hump day, Steve, and I got 2 more hump day weeks out here, and all my hump days are going to be sitting at home. You know what I'm saying? Which brings me to a couple of questions for Mr. Kyle there. And thanks, Kyle, for sponsoring the show. That means a lot to us. You do represent a good product. I do have part of your product myself. Now, that leads me to some questions. I'm going to be buying some fuel out here myself, coming out of my pocket, not for this big truck, but my own truck that I bought, which was a 22 Dodge Ram Cummins 6.7. And again, thanks Bidenomics, it's going to be a little higher. Bad time to retire, actually. But I'm going to retire anyway, being that the economy sucks. But it is what it is. And elections have consequences. My question, Kyle, was going to be that oil bypass system like you just touched on, and I did not know Hot Shot Secrets had that product in line. My big $1,000 question to you is, will that do anything jeopardizing my warranty on my vehicle?
No, not at all. Matter of fact, I have a 20 Ram 6.7. It's the company truck, the Hot Shots truck that I drive, and one of the first things we did was put on a bypass filter on it. So, and I've had one on the whole time we've had the truck. And so, no, there's no, just like our additives, none of our additives will avoid any warranty. The bypass filters won't void any warranty. should you have a, all it can do is improve your oil system. So we're just bringing it down to even a cleaner strain on the oil. So it's a complement to the factory system. Nothing changes on the factory oil system. We're not replacing the factory spin-on filter. Those still need to be changed at your regular intervals, just as if they're the only filters. So you're still changing those out. But the only difference is when we have, we tap into the system. The nice thing with the Cummins it's our most simplistic kit, because Cummins was nice enough to add a few extra ports on the side of the block there, right by where I think the oil pump is there. And it's a great place right where the spin-on filter is. And you literally can tap into two lines there, and all we're doing is taking about 10% of the oil supply out of the engine and running it through the 2-micron filter and sending it right back to the port next to it. So the way the filter works is more of like how a fish tank filter works. So you're not cycling all the water at once, but over time you get to clean out the entire, capacity of the oil there. And it's simply an add-on, so there's nothing to worry about with your warranty.
Okay. I might be slightly confused here. Let me ask you a stupid question here. Now, the regular intervals, are you saying I'm going to still have I should not be having the same oil changes as soon as I'm supposed to have them every 7,000, 70,000 miles using the same filters with your system? Am I correct? Am I wrong?
Yeah. Oil analysis will dictate exactly how long of an interval you can go. Every truck's different, and usually what the killer is on the dirt side of things. Like I said, the 3 aspects. You can keep it in grade, you can keep it clean, and keep it additived. The first one of those pillars to fall is usually keeping it clean over the long term. Although you're screening down to 2 microns to get all the wear metals out, soot and the diesel application is smaller than 1 micron in some particles. So that small soot level can build up over time that eventually you're going to have to change.
Is this a sample that we need to send in when we think we're getting close, or how does that work?
Yep. Yeah, we generally, when we start, the first thing we do is we'll probably do a couple samples early, just to get a trend line and kind of get a quick eye on how the system's running. And then as we start to see how your vehicle depletes that TBN package and your detergent package, we can start to project out further how long of an interval you can go. And once we got your truck dialed in, I mean, we could pretty much almost give you the exact number where we feel it's a safe interval for you, where the engine's getting protected and you're getting all the value out of your oil.
And you suggest using this Blue Diamond oil, or that's pretty much just use whatever you want to, as long as it's full synthetic? Or does that have anything to do with it?
It does. It has a lot to do with it. And now that's if you're really pushing for extreme intervals, you're going to want to use our Blue Diamond full PAO. We're the only company that makes a full PAO oil. Any other type of synthetic you see out there is a Group 3 synthetic. It's different than these Group 4 oils. So if you go to your parts store and you look at the wall of oils and you see, conventional, semi-synthetics, full synthetic, those full synthetics are actually Group 3s. It's another long story, but they're actually really not synthetics. They're just more hydrocracked conventional oil, so it cleans up the carbon chain a little more, allows them to go longer without shearing. The difference in the Group 4 is it will never shear, so we literally take that element off the table. Your Group 3 synthetics will still shear at some point, and they'll start to fall out of grade. So even with the bypass filter, that is a factor again if you're using a Group 3 oil.
Now, when you sell those OBSs, I believe was the term, the terminology I think Steve's been using. A long time he's been mentioning the oil bypass systems, different shows. But do you have from what I understand on my particular engine, it's not really, if you're somewhat mechanically inclined, it's not a real big deal to change out yourself. And if that's the case, do you have like YouTube videos on that, or any kind of information that kind of spill it out there
for the installation? How difficult? You said the Cummins is really pretty easy to install there, Kyle. He just doesn't have to be professionally installed, right?
No, it doesn't, and that is the challenge with this product, is that there is some fear of installation to it. The people that jump off the cliff and give it a go find it's actually a pretty easy installation. We worked very hard on these custom kits, so again, for the Cummins, you're literally just removing a tap plug and tapping a line in. And then we give you a replacement oil fill cap. So your cap on top of the block there, the plastic OEM cap that comes, you just discard that. We give you a billet cap that replaces that cap with a port on it, and that's where the oil returns back to the crankcase. So on other applications like the Power Stroke and Duramax, they just have a different exit for the oil supply. One covers up the oil filter cap. The other one's a sandwich adapter that goes in between the OEM filter and the block. So we've created it pretty easy to do it yourself.
Well, glad I got the Cummins. Well, I'm kind of mechanically inclined. I mean, I work on a lot of my stuff. The way you got it sound there is something I can probably tackle.
Yeah, you'd have no problem. If you can turn a wrench, you can do it.
Okay, I got another quick question before I jump off here at the 149 and get me some coffee. I do have a Hot Shot Secret I used in my 7.3 dually Ford. It worked pretty good, and I used it in my Bobcat. It works pretty good. Now, I haven't read the directions on there. I didn't know that you could use this stuff on regular gasoline engines. Is that right, or am I reading into that wrong?
No, that's absolutely right. Matter of fact, the product was originally designed for the 7.3 engine, for the HUI injectors to keep
I'm talking about, can you use this stuff for other uses on regular gasoline engines?
Yeah, absolutely. And that's what I was saying is it's very well known for cleaning out HUI injectors, and we're very big in that market. But what I like to tell people is if the product is good enough to get into that tiny tolerance of a HUI injector, imagine what it's doing in the rest of the engine in a gasoline engine that it can easily get to. So it's an oil-side engine cleaner that you can use in any engine application.
I didn't know that. I could be using that on my 1.8 like that guy mentioned there. Getting that high fuel mileage there, Steve. Yeah, I got one of those too, a 2012 Honda, if that's what he's talking about. But, yeah, I didn't know that. I guess I should have paid more attention when I was reading up on that.
One of the colors
I'll probably yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, we learn something every day. But, hey, let's pause right there, though. We got to get our news break in here. Okay, and we'll come back right there. If you want to hang in there, bass backwards, and we'll finish up. And lines available at 844-844-3388.
USA News Update. Police in Alabama are releasing details since video of a Saturday boat dock brawl went viral. Montgomery Police Chief Daryl Albert says the video showed the black co-captain of a riverboat being attacked by a group of white men after police say the black man had asked the group to move their boat from a reserved space.
A confrontation ensued between the co-captain being attacked by several members of the private boat.
Albert said they detained and interviewed over 10 people while investigating the incident. The cousin of the Uvalde, Texas school shooters under arrest now for allegedly making terroristic threats. Family members reported Nathan Cruz to local authorities after he began talking about his desire to carry out a similar mass shooting. San Antonio Police Sergeant Washington Moscoso says
this family did the right thing. Made the right choice, called police.
A copy of the arrest warrant says Cruz was drunk at the time. I'm Ryan Daniels, USA News.
Recently, President Trump was talking about the big news networks, and here's what he said.
We have others that come along, and they're doing well, and Newsmax has been really good, and, others are coming along.
Many Americans agree Newsmax TV is really good. Nielsen says more than 30 million Americans watch Newsmax. You should too. And find hit shows with Greg Kelly, Grant Stinchfield, Sean Spicer, and Lindsay Keith. Tune in tonight for Newsmax's newest show with Steve Cortez. It's called Cortez and Pellegrino. Newsmax is on all major cable systems. If you don't get it, call your cable system. Tell them you want Newsmax, or you can switch. Plus, get Newsmax free on most smart TVs and OTT devices like Roku, Pluto, Zumo, and Amazon Fire. Millions have already downloaded the free Newsmax app on their smartphones. So start watching America's fastest-growing cable news channel, because Newsmax is real news for real people.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret's Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated, or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All righty, back at it here, where we leave off at. We were talking with the Bass Ackwards there, so... Yeah, he was not familiar that the Stiction Eliminator, that's good in your automobiles, your big trucks, gas and diesel engines. That is correct. What else you got, Bass Ackwards?
Well, I am a multi-caster, and I am washing windows as we speak, and I'll ask you a couple more questions as I get off of here. Like I said, my ignorance, I was just buying that Hot Shot Secret for these diesel engines that I got home. I had no idea they was going to work on oil, so I guess the directions on there used for gas oil will be the same, to be on the bottle too. Am I right, Kyle?
Yes, sir.
As far as how much to put in, well,
still the same dosage, whether it's diesel.
Yeah. What I need to do is get on the website. Sounds like you got a lot of other stuff on me to be interested. So I did get a gallon of that stiction eliminator a while back, and like I said, I use it in my diesel stuff, but I do have other stuff. But anyway, I'll let you go. I will get on that site and look at some more stuff and see what you got. And again, thanks for sponsoring the show.
Hey, thank you.
Answering some questions.
All right, Bass Ackwards. There you go. Thank you very much. Yeah, and that's for all the listeners out there. Yeah, the stiction eliminator, originally developed it was the Navistar engine, wasn't it? That Chris had they had the issue with the fuel injectors, and then come to find out it's really good for. I mean, aside from the fuel injector with the oil side injectors, cleans up the turbos, right? Keeps those turbos clean.
Absolutely, which we've been dealing with for a long time in the diesel world, and now we're seeing it even more common now. The kind of the direction that a lot of these small turbocharged gasoline engines that are hitting the market now for fuel economy standards, and they're running into the same problems that we've been working with on the diesel side for 20 years now. So it's no surprise to us. That stiction eliminator is a great product. It's specifically for those small gas engines, especially ones that are turbocharged.
Yeah, and I had the option of when I got the Subaru. It's got that little 4-cylinder engine. They offered a turbo engine, and people I talked to advised. They said, "Man, those turbos are notorious for going out," so they kind of advised against it. Now, I guess if I was to have the turbo and I was running the stiction eliminator, a lot better chance of extending the life of the turbo, though.
Oh, absolutely. It's not complicated to understand. The turbo itself has a bearing in it that's about the size of your pinky nail. It's a little tiny bearing that everything's spinning on, and they get extremely, extremely hot, over 400 degrees and even more. And when you shut that engine off, that oil flow to that little tiny bearing stops. So that heat, it cooks that oil very quickly. So you get a lot of varnish buildup on turbo bearings very quickly. And so to keep some stiction eliminator in the oil, it's constantly cleaning that turbo bearing, allowing it to spin freely and really get more power and efficiency and longevity out of your turbo.
Yeah, and I wonder how many people realize that supposedly if you've got a turbo on your engine, when you stop and you pull in the driveway, whatever, you're not supposed to turn your car off immediately. You're supposed to let the turbo spool down or something. Is that correct?
It is. It's that's kind of a old school way of doing things, because nowadays most of the modern diesel engines have a built-in kind of cool down feature. So it's a little bit more safe now from the OEMs. But I tend to do it. When I pull in the driveway or so, I'll keep the engine running. I'll hop out and close my gate and kind of wrap up my stuff before I shut it down, just because I want to have the most protection I can on that turbo. So the more you can let it cool down before it shut off, when the oil flow stops, the better.
There you go. All right, I believe Scarecrow back with us once again. Welcome back.
Oh, Steve, our overnight drive Japper Crapper Club just grew by another member here. Got Bass Ackwards now, and Philip, Rambler, and myself all running that teeny-weeny little Honda there. Man, I got to struggle to get 40 out of mine, though. So I'm going to have to start working a little harder on it there, I guess. Philip, he's setting the bar a little high there.
Yeah.
Under the new product headline there, Kyle, a little tongue-in-cheek here, yet at the same token, something to think about. We ran into this same thing a year ago. I'm hard-pressed to think there's much of an interested market in the diesel fuel anti-gel promo that's running right now. perhaps could team up with like Kyler's Lemonade or something like that. Given the 90s and 100s and 110s that are out there, especially into the South, I think a thirst quencher might be more receptive than the anti-gel right now. I think Chris kind of explained this too, maybe a year back, but yeah, every time that commercial or ad comes up now, I almost do a cringe on it. But your thoughts, sir?
Yep, I'm with you. And actually, it's kind of like we were talking about earlier with Gold Eagle helping out with some new video advertisements. We've got a lot of stuff coming here for Steve Summer Show as well too. So stay tuned. You're going to hear some new stuff soon.
Okay, we'll be on pins and needles waiting there. So that's all I had. Just better make room for some more intelligent callers there, Steve.
Okay, thank you, Scarecrow. There you go. Thanks for checking in. I'm trying to finish that up first. And I'm trying to catch a name here. Who we got on board?
This is Rising Sun. Good morning. How you doing?
Doing well. What's happening, Rising Sun?
Oh, just got rolling here. I'm just having most of an all-nighter tonight, and having the privilege of listening, live instead of pre-recorded.
Yeah.
As normal. But, yeah, good morning, Kyle. I had a question. I'm a long-time EDT user, and I use the Eliminator and everything, but I bought a 23 Chevy 3/4 ton with the 6.2 gas. Anyhow, I used the FR3 and everything, but I was curious on it's brand new. So I've only got like a little over 2,000 miles on it. How soon can I run that FR3? Can you run it in from new, like maybe the first oil change, or you recommend a break-in period or what?
We do recommend getting a full break-in period. And I should say we do this in an abundance of caution. We want to err on the side of caution here. So, do we have people adding FR3 right away? We haven't seen any issues. Yes, but we do advise getting through a full break-in period, whatever the manufacturer recommends on that. Again, the diesel applications usually take a little bit longer, so we like to give them a little extra cushion. But generally, the gas ones, especially the new 6.2 that you got, and the way they're coming off the assembly line, especially on the gasoline side, they're coming out pretty well broken in. So if you've got a couple thousand miles on it, you're getting right to that. That's what we consider the really safe area. We usually recommend 4,000 or 5,000, but that really kind of leans more towards the diesel side. So I don't know. It makes me feel better if you put another 1,000 miles on it and then started running your FR3 in there.
Okay. Yeah, I think the wife actually said it turned 3,000 yesterday. She took it out. She don't drive it every day. Of course, it's a big pickup, but she'll take it out and make her feel big and mighty, rather than driving a little Honda.
Sure.
But anyway, I plan on probably doing the first oil dump on it. Probably by 4,000 anyway. So I was thinking of adding it in then at that point, but I just wanted to get your thoughts on that, before I did.
4,000 miles, you'd be good to go. And especially on those new engines, like the 6.2, the tolerances are getting tighter and tighter in these engines. So it's really important to kind of protect them out of the gate. And FR3 is a perfect product for that engine, and I think 4,000 miles is a good time to start.
Yeah. That's kind of what my gut was telling me, but I'd rather hear from people that would know more than me. One more question on the bypass filters you was talking about. You say they add up to about 5 gallon on a big truck, on big diesel, but the capacity. What's the mileage? How many miles do you recommend that those filters on the for a 15 liter or something, diesel? How many miles you recommend that those filters, because I have a bypass filter set up on mine already. I've had it on here since new. But it sounds like yours has a lot more capacity, and I may actually swap them out. But what's the mileage you recommend?
So on the France filter side, which can be rebranded Hot Shots, on the light duty, we have two different filter elements, a cellulose and a synthetic. The cellulose we recommend about 5,000 mile intervals. The synthetic goes about 10,000. Those are pretty cheap filters. They're, I don't know, $5 to $10 a piece. Now on the big side, on the Harvard filters that have that huge capacity, those filters I think run about $70, roughly somewhere around there, but they only need changed every 50,000 miles, so they're pretty good to go for a while.
That's equivalent to really what I'm doing now. That's about the same price and interval I already do. So.
Yeah, and you still want to be doing your regular spin-on filters. You know, the oleum filters are regular intervals, though.
Yes. Yeah, of course. Okay, that's pretty much all I got. I appreciate it, fellas. Y'all have a blessed day.
All right. Thank you so much for checking in. Be safe out there and have a great morning. All right, get a quick time out here. We're kind of heading down the home stretch on a Wednesday. Hey, Mike. Speaking of which, let me flip back over to the email here. I think that's pretty much what he said. Happy Hump Day. Coffee up. Morning, Mr. Summers, Kyle, and the Hot Shot Secret Nation, and the great product of Staybill. Waiting to see which direction the auto industry and the United Auto Worker talks go with Ford, Stellantis, and GM. All right, going up to 82 in Fort Wayne, 86 for Sterling Heights today. Stay safe out there. That's Truck and Phil, Semper Fi. All right, then Steve in Columbus. All right, morning, Mr. Summers, and all the listeners out there about halfway through the week. You'll start that downward slope toward the weekend. The coffee's hot, the car's running. Got a trip to Indianapolis in store for the day ahead. I fear for the direction we're headed in this country, though. Everybody enjoy the day. Thank you much. Steve in Columbus.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and Auto Stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey, if you're needing to stock up on Hot Shot Secret products, don't forget, use the coupon code Overnight Drive at checkout. You'll get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now, what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler Magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All righty, once again, Kyle, so a couple of final notes here as we kind of wind things down on a Wednesday. Josh continues to send me the updated show notes, and he's still got oil hub testers listed there. Are we still looking for hub oil testers?
I haven't been in that R&D meeting lately, but I believe so. I believe they're always looking for. We can never have too many testers, so absolutely.
Okay. According to the notes, we're asking for tester to be part of the program. Yeah, you want them to have an infrared thermometer, right? So they can know the difference from not using the hub oil versus using the hub oil. And it says a $50 Hot Shot Secret gift card will be given to any testers that returns the data requested. So, all right, I guess the email was sample@hotshotsecret.com if you're interested in that. Okay. And then, of course, I'm looking here. Yeah, we mentioned you got the big NTPA event coming up, not this weekend, but the following, 17th through the 19th. Then I think, isn't the Shy Diesel one of your favorite events, the Extravaganza there in Lyons, Indiana?
Yeah, that's always a good one. There in southern Indiana, we had diesel drag racing and sled pulling. They usually have a concert. They got a lot of parking for RVs and big rigs. It's been in Terre Haute for 25 years or so, and a couple of years ago they kind of moved it out to the country. So it's I call it the diesel Woodstock, because you're just out in the middle of nowhere and kind of let loose for a weekend of fun. So it's always a good one to catch.
So is that one of those places where you don't have a whole lot of cell reception and whatnot? Or you lose contact with the real world, or do they have that covered?
You kind of do, and I like that. But it's hit and miss there. But it's part of our Outlaw Diesel Super Series. So if you want to make it out there, you'll see the new Fire Punk car and some of these new Pro Mods, and that's where we have set some of the records at that track. So they'll be moving.
Okay, so that's coming up on the 25th, I believe. 25th through the 27th, was that right?
That's correct.
Okay. And what any final notes, anything we hadn't missed, hadn't touched on this morning, Kyle? I think I've pretty much asked all the questions I could think of. Yeah,
I do want to get one quick clarification. I kind of wrote myself a note, and I just hadn't had time to jump back in. Forget who the caller was earlier. I was talking about the sleeved, cylinders with the break-in. That I didn't want to confuse that with our new product. Our new product is an assembly lubricant. It's not a break-in oil. So those are two different things. And the new product we just launched yesterday, it's available now online, is an assembly lubricant. Comes in a 4-ounce squeeze bottle. So this is for your engine builders. It's more of a sticky lubricant that kind of goes where the engine builders want, in between mating of the pieces of the engine, so that we, resist corrosion. We've got over 2,000 parts per million zinc in there, and it allows, the initial assembly to get lubricated properly, and then you add break-in oil to the engines, which is one of the components of this assembly lube. It's very soluble in break-in oil, so as you start breaking in the engine and get ready for regular engine oil, it just becomes part of that brake-in oil. But brake-in oil we're working on, and it's hopefully becoming soon too as well to kind of complete that portfolio.
Okay, so the Adrenaline, again, assembly lube. So when I got my engine torn out and I put my new crank in and I'm torquing things down to the specs, that's what you're going to put. I guess if it's a 4-ounce bottle, you're just putting a little bit of it on each of the bearings as you go down the line?
Yep, pretty much, and you can use it on cams, bearings, head studs. Really, the point is we want to. It's the one time you can get in and lubricate all of those little nooks and crannies, because you really want to protect that engine. That first fire up is one of the toughest times on the engine. So if you get a nice sticky lubricant that stays where you want it, and then you kind of fill the engine with your brake-in oil, it helps protect during startup, and long-term builds keeps from oxidation and rust building up too.
Okay, so you said you're actually working on developing a brake-in oil. I'm not even familiar with that. So when you buy a new car, when it comes up, does it have what they call brake-in oil in it?
Usually a car off the manufacturer lot no longer has brake-in oil in it. They're still breaking in a bit, but a brake-in oil just generally is a non-synthetic oil. It's conventional oil. We don't want it to be super slick yet, because we want those rings to kind of scuff those cylinder walls and get a nice seat. So you're kind of letting everything settle in. So you don't put all that extra slick stuff we put in good oil.
Mm-hmm.
You kind of leave that out of the brake-in oil. So it's a little bit different compound.
Okay, very good. Well, you learn something new every day, as they say, and we've learned a bunch this morning, I think. So, all right, Kyle. Well, I thank you for staying up. I don't reckon you'll be in the office today, huh? You'll probably be getting some rest.
That's the best part of this. I don't have to go to the office today now. So I appreciate you having me, and let's do it again here soon.
All right, and make sure to, folks, stop by and say hello. Again, the next place Josh and Kyle will be at the NTPA Big Tractor Pull in Bowling Green, Ohio, 17th, 18th, and 19th. All right, thank you. Kyle Fisher, have a great day.
Thanks, Steve, and thanks to everybody out there for the calls tonight. Look forward to seeing you again soon.
All right, and with that, we'll close it out with, we cannot forget to mention, for over 60 years, Sta-Bil has been the go-to additive when storing your lawn equipment, boats, collector cars, generators, you name it, anything that's going to be sitting around with gas in it for an extended period of time. Sta-Bil Storage, as it's called, keeps that gas fresh for up to 2 years and combats corrosion issues in your fuel system at the same time. So when storing that engine, make sure you store it the right way with Sta-Bil. And as a listener to this program, we help you out, save you some cash by going to goldeagle.com. That's the website. You can place your order for your Sta-Bil products or anything else, as a matter of fact, on the site. From Gold Eagle, use the coupon code Overnight Drive at checkout, and you'll get 15% off your entire order.
You'll never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. looks better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love.